These are other kids. This is just an accident. Just a couple of wild punks out raising hell.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head, but we're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on I can, and because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Are you watching? Look, these are my flip flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
That is
and
the
getting their
best
done.
shit fucking
You know, shopping for the dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that like playing with.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had, man. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good afternoon, folks. Oh my goodness. What is happening here? I mean, am I shocked? No, I'm not shocked. Not even a little bit. But so breaking news here, folks. Breaking news. Lally has been replaced with another prosecutor in Karen Reed's retrial for the alleged murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. Now, what we're going to talk about here, but before I get into that, I want to say real quick, I want to make a quick announcement, make sure everybody knows that tomorrow there will be a standout with the usual suspects. But if you're a local and you want to join, okay, Cherry says Lolly's still there. All right, I'm going to keep checking. We're going to explore this together, guys. There's a standout, not replaced. Thank you. Got it. There's a standout at the State House. Scott McGinnis, I'm sure, will be there as he always is. What's up, Scott McGinnis? And Shelby says she will be there. I'm sure probably Tom CPU. Like I said, the usual folks that you normally see out there will be out there. And if you'd like to join them, there is strength in numbers, obviously. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. Now it's rumored that I'm going to be there. No, I am not going to be there. It's not a troll. It's not a prank. I'm going somewhere else. I am going to be on vacation. I am leaving town, but I am not going to be in Boston. So, and I'm announcing this because I really would like to be there. I would really love to be there, but unfortunately I can't. But yeah, I just want to make sure everyone knows about this standout, and I won't be able to stream it. But please make sure to, I would assume, I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that Tom CPU will be out there streaming it. So make sure to sub up to Tom CPU. If not, it'll be Seeking Justice is the name of his channel with Boston Mike, I think. I'm not sure. I think it's Seeking Justice. Is it Seeking Justice? I think. I don't know. But one of them will be streaming. Yes, Seeking Justice. Yes. One of them will be streaming. One of those channels will be streaming, or if not both, will be streaming the standout. Because to me, this is what it's all about. And I believe that it has played, these standouts have played a massive role in, I mean, which is an understatement, but a massive role in creating awareness about this case and the injustice that's taking place and the injustices that are taking place. And they are, and it's gaining, this is gaining traction, and people are paying closer attention to it more and more. And they're keeping their eye on Norfolk County, specifically the Norfolk County DA's office, which is why we're here tonight. So we're going to discuss the situation here with let me look up. There's a couple of things, actually, a couple of new developments, actually. But let's start off with this prosecutor. Let's look over on Twitter real quick. So this statement is released from Kenneth Brennan. And he says, I assume full responsibility and all obligations for prosecuting this case and will do so meticulously, ethically, and zealously without compromise. He further stated, I have two core obligations. The first is to make certain that Karen Reed receives a fair trial. Miss Reed will receive the dignity and fairness that every defendant deserves in our criminal justice system. The second is to ensure that the facts surrounding John O'Keefe's death are fully and fairly aired in the courtroom without outside influence. I guarantee that I will work tirelessly with the trial team to prepare this case for trial in January of 2025. Now, I saw a few tweets in regards to this. I mean, there's a long-winded post from Plevin, but it's not what you would normally it's not as long as you would normally expect from one of his posts. But it's just really, it's funny to me to watch him like, oh, okay. So he says attorney Hank Brennan takes over prosecution of Karen Reed, which some of you were saying he hasn't taken it over. We owe some appreciation to Adam Lally, good, honest, hardworking man. Should I keep reading this? Maybe I'll come back to it, but yeah, it's a little too funny. So let's see what Turtle Boy posted here. Hank Brennan is the new lead prosecutor of the Commonwealth in the Karen Reed case. Well, I mean, if he is the new lead prosecutor, then he has replaced him, hasn't he? I mean, it's sure everything I'm reading so far, unless it's old news, sounds like he is taking over Lally's responsibilities as lead prosecutor. Now, Lally's taking a back seat, but he's still being replaced, even though he's not out. But he's technically replaced. So all y'all sitting here talking about not replaced, he's replaced. That's replaced. That's replaced, bro. Okay? Hank Brennan is the new lead prosecutor of the Commonwealth in the Karen Reed case. He previously represented Whitey Bulger. That's another thing I was going to get to. Bulger's girlfriend was represented by Kevin Reddington, who represents Jennifer McCabe. Congrats to the Norfolk DA's office. You've officially become the mob. I mean, can you argue with that logic? Now, this is Turtle Boy. This is his most recent tweet, but you can't argue with that logic. If I find it really, really interesting, folks. I find it really interesting that Michael Morrissey is under federal investigation. Okay? Federal investigation currently, right? And he also so he panics and decides that he's going to replace Lally because Lally got, I mean, his ass spanked in that courtroom. As much as he tried to cheat. See, this is the whole thing. It's not like, oh my goodness. Because if I'm Michael Morrissey and I'm replacing Adam Lally, if I'm the district attorney and I'm replacing the lead prosecutor in the trial that I just watched, which was the biggest shit show I ever saw in my life, which was not only boring as hell, this guy could not get the jury to pay attention to him with any respect. They did their due diligence. They did their jobs by paying attention to what he was saying, but they hated it. Every time Lally spoke, they took a breath, prepared themselves. So not only did he fail in that regard, but Lally also failed in presenting a case. Lally also failed. Make no mistake about this, Lally failed to present a case. He failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed was responsible for the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. She is absolutely, she's, I mean, if anything, the defense proved that she didn't do it. So you have a mountain of exculpatory evidence at this trial versus the inculpatory evidence, if that's a word, that the damning evidence that Lally supposedly had, which wasn't damning at all. All of it was riddled with doubt up the yin yang, insane amounts of doubt. I've never seen more doubt in a case presented. So what's really interesting about this is Michael Morrissey's desperate attempt. Let me reiterate, because I saw a couple of idiots, a couple of the usual idiots on Twitter, Plevin being one of them, claiming that now that Michael Morrissey has hired a new prosecutor to handle the Karen Reed trial, the new trial, the trial that is a violation of her civil rights already because of the Double Jeopardy Act, or not the Double Jeopardy Act, but the Double Jeopardy law. The fact that she had jurors come forward on their own and say, hey, we unanimously voted that she was not guilty of murder. You can't retry her for this. And here she is being retried for it. So right off the bat, the problem with this guy, let me explain this. The problem with this guy, Brennan, I don't trust him right off the bat. Why don't I trust him on it right off the bat? Because he's agreeing to prosecute a case that should not be prosecuted. He's agreeing to prosecute a case that never should have went to trial in the first place. So this guy's already on my shit list as far as people I'm side-eyeing and going, I don't trust this guy, because already what he's doing is engaging in something unethical by prosecuting a case that shouldn't even be prosecuted. It shouldn't even have gone to trial in the first place, and here it is going the second time. Why? So I don't trust this guy already. Then, this is the guy who defended Whitey Bulger. Okay? This can't get any better for Howie Carr. I'll tell you this, because I'm sure I can't wait to hear his thoughts on this shit. Because it sure seems like it's coming full circle, doesn't it? I mean, this sure seems a little interesting, doesn't it? This is the guy who represented Whitey Bulger, dude. Stood up there and defended a cold-blooded murderer. A cold-blooded mass murderer who everyone knew did these things. Reality check. Thank you so much. I look forward to Attorney Brennan working in concert with the trial team of Assistant District Attorneys Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, and Caleb Schiller. Okay. Is that a quote? You're quoting something? Thank you, Reality check. Who's that? Who's the quote from? Thank you. Yeah, no, he's there. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he wasn't replaced. I mean, all I'm saying is if he's lead prosecutor on this, he's replacing Lally. That I mean, he's clearly replacing Lally. I mean, so, and you're right. I need to read the whole article. But I mean, we're arguing semantics here. It doesn't matter. The point is that they brought on this guy who there's no way is a good look for Norfolk County, who is in no way a good look for the district attorney for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Buzzing for Truth, thank you so much. How much is Morrissey paying? I don't know. This, if you're, listen, man, if you're, this is about, I'm about to bring, this is going to segue into my next point here. This is going to segue into my next point here. So this can't be good for Michael Morrissey's campaign when it comes to running for DA the next term. Okay, so all right, sorry, 1 second. All right. Okay, thank you, Reality Check. Appreciate you. Okay. All right. Now, I don't know how true this is. I'm not sure how true this is, but it seems as though I heard through the grapevine that this person has thrown their hat in the ring to run against Michael Morrissey for Norfolk County District Attorney. Now, I don't know much about her, but as I understand it, nobody has dared to run against Michael Morrissey before. Or at least not as of a while now. Yeah, I know. Some of you guys are like, Jesus Christ, another fucking Democrat. I get it. I get it. I understand. But again, I stand by what this has come up quite a few times recently, folks. And I stand by this. I stand by this strongly. One of the things I love about this Free Karen Read movement is that it has brought together people of all different political standpoints, all different political views, have come together in agreement that there is injustice, and have come together in solidarity with a strong belief system in the American justice system. That is really, really beautiful to me. And I want to maintain that. Now, I don't know this person's policies. I don't know who this person is. I would do my homework if I'm a local there. And I would do my homework as to how different is this person than Morrissey? What would this person bring to the table? Would this person be just as corrupt as Morrissey? If we were to vote Morrissey out and vote this person in, because it sure seems like anyone but Morrissey, but not necessarily, because you don't know if you're about to vote in somebody who's way worse. Someone who's just better at getting away with it. You know? So I would be very, very careful. I don't know this person, but as of right now, because I know so very little about this person, she would have my support simply because she's running against Michael Morrissey. But again, I don't think that we get to cherry pick this philosophy where we criticize people for voting for someone in spite of their opponent. So now Michael Morrissey is a nightmare. But make sure, that is my advice to you, make sure that you're not voting for somebody who's worse than he is. You know, because this seems like too good to be true. Somebody is actually coming forward and standing up against Michael Morrissey, but it could be somebody who just sees opportunity, who sees, oh, this guy no longer has the public trust. I need to strike while the iron's hot and get in on this before, you know, anybody cares about my shit. They're too worried about how shitty Michael Morrissey is. So I'm just saying, I don't know enough about this person. I'm not criticizing them. Maybe they're a godsend. Maybe they're exactly what Norfolk County needs. But I don't know. I all I'm saying is, you know, if we're going to criticize people for voting for Kamala simply because Kamala's not Trump, well, then you can't really do the same thing here. You know what I mean? And it's so important because these things do happen on a local level. They start on a local level. That's why everyone's always saying, you know, vote locally, vote locally, vote locally. It's so important that you don't do that when you're voting locally. So that's all I have to say about that. I'm not telling you who to vote for, who not to vote for. What I'm saying is, finally, it seems that people are standing up and running against Michael Morrissey. That's a great thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your problems are magically disappearing like that, you know? So just please, you know, continue to use the same logic that you've been using in the Karen Reed case when it comes to, you know, voting locally. That's all. That's all I would advise. Let's find out a little bit about her first, right? I am officially declaring my candidacy for Norfolk County District Attorney. With the stroke of a pen, the district attorney can change a family's life forever. The person entrusted with the tremendous power to decide what and whom to prosecute must be someone with the highest level of skill, judgment, and integrity. 30 years ago, I chose a career in law to rectify the injustices I saw around me and to fight for those whose voices might otherwise be ignored. Excuse me, my legal career, including 10 years serving as an assistant district attorney and assistant attorney general and 20 in private practice, has led me to the belief that the current leadership in the district attorney's office has failed its residents. Norfolk County must do better. Every resident deserves to feel safe, to be treated fairly, and to trust that no one is above the law. The damage to the justice system and the safety of our communities caused by mistrust of the current district attorney is devastating. So far, so good, guys. I never envisioned running for public office, but in the current climate, I cannot stand by and do nothing. My life's work in the courtroom, in schools, in colleges, and in the workplace has involved holding offenders accountable for some of the worst acts human beings can commit, while also ensuring the fair process that results in smart, just outcomes that are trusted by the community and improve safety. The depth and breadth of my experience gives me the unique ability to substantially reform and rebuild a critically damaged government agency. As district attorney, I will demand excellence and the highest ethical standards. Prosecutions will be driven by a dogged determination to find the truth with respect for due process and an open mind free of bias, fear, or favor. I will aggressively prosecute those who prey on and cause harm to others, and I will use all available tools to achieve justice, prevent recidivism, and break cycles of incarceration, addiction, and poverty. I will build collaborative relationships between the district attorney's office and every community in Norfolk County to enhance public safety and restore the public's trust in our criminal justice system. There you go. The big question. Now, I don't know a lot about these things. But I always hear that big talk about change. You know, we're going to make changes, change here and change there, and we're going to improve this and we're going to improve that. Okay. Who's willing to take the pay cuts? Because that never happens. Because you guys know that's what happens, right? They try to find it in some budget, and then somebody has to say, oh, well, you know, you're making so much a year. Do you really need to be making that much? We need to figure out exactly what it is that you do all year. And then we'll renegotiate oh, wait a second. I don't know about that. Now, I don't know about that. Hold on a second. I'm all for change and everything, but what I do is very important. I mean, yeah, man, there's only so much money. That's what people don't understand. There's always only so much money. You know? Like you know what I mean? Like take Bernie Sanders. You know? Bernie Sanders. You know why Bernie Sanders failed? Because he was a fucking he's a storyteller, man. You know? Like Bernie Sanders was basically that kid in running for class president in the 5th grade that went, if you vote for me, pizza parties every Friday, right? No plan at all whatsoever on how to budget these things. Before you know it, a bunch of people have to come up with a shit ton of money. No matter how much money they make, they got to come up with this money. They got to hit up their folks for pizza party money, you know? So nobody ever, you can't just keep reprinting money, people. So keep that in mind when you hear all these like promises, all these promises. All right. Let me see if I can find that news article. All right. So let's read this article. So it says here, when Karen Reed returns to court for her retrial in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, the prosecution in the controversial and closely watched case will be led by a new outside attorney with experience in high-profile cases. Led by a new outside attorney with experience in high-profile cases. Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey announced Wednesday that he's tapped defense attorney Hank Brennan as my screen had something on it. Hank Brennan as a special assistant DA to lead the retrial, calling him a highly respected and skilled former prosecutor and longtime defense attorney with over 25 years of experience in state and federal courts who has experience with complex cases. I look forward to Attorney Brennan working in concert with the trial team of assistant district attorneys Adam Lally, Lori McLaughlin, and Caleb Schillinger, Morrissey said. Yes, if they're working together, no matter who's in the lead, they must all work in concert together, folks. Okay? And yes, it states here at least twice before that quote, you know, as you advised me to read the whole article, before that quote, that he was leading the prosecution. So I'm right and you're wrong. And this is me being petty about our little semantic argument. I'm going to indulge in it for a moment because I was right and you were wrong. Again, because I'm always right. And I think the gallery can agree. Yes, yes. I'm just being a dickhead. He continued, I have two core obligations. The first is to make certain that Karen Reed receives a fair trial. Miss Reed will receive the dignity and fairness that every defendant deserves in our criminal justice system. The second is to ensure that the facts surrounding John O'Keefe's death are fully and fairly aired in the courtroom without outside influence. I guarantee that I will work tirelessly with the trial team to prepare this case for the trial in January 2025. Morrissey didn't share more information in his announcement, citing the ongoing criminal matter. Reed has been represented by two high-profile attorneys of her own, Los Angeles-based lawyer Alan Jackson and local David Yannetti. Lally led the prosecution in the first trial. Watch his opening and closing statements here, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Oh my God. I think that one deserves a dance.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Buzzy for truth, thank you. Mello didn't want to do it, which is really funny because here we go, folks. Like, let's discuss this for a minute too. Now, it's awesome that people are somebody is running against Michael Morrissey for Norfolk County DA, but I think it's really interesting that because I'm not panicked at all that they brought in this new person. I'm not panicked at all. Am I panicked in the sense that do I feel that this person's going to be better at playing dirty than Lally is? Yes, I'm panicked in that sense. Slightly panicked, but I think that we can count on Jackson and Yannetti. This is, I mean, dude, people, this is Rocky 3, bro. Hear me out. This is Rocky 3. Okay. Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, they were Rocky. Okay. In the last trial, Lally was all of those fucking setup fighters after Apollo, the second Rocky, right? All of them were setups for not necessarily setups, but handpicked easy, whatever. This guy's a joke, punching bag. You know what I mean? And then, retrial comes along, and then you've got this dude who represented Whitey Bulger, right? Morrissey says, all right, I'm going to get nasty here. There's nowhere for me to go except to get nasty. So bring out Clubber Lang, right? Mr. T. Clubber Lang, Mr. T. He's hungry. He's hungry. He's ready to fight nasty. You know what I mean? So this is the matchup. So right now, Jackson and Yannetti, they're going to have their hands full a little bit, but not really. Does anybody know why they're not really going to have their hands full? It's the simplest answer, by the way. Paul Cristoforo, thank you so much. Alan Jackson isn't worried. Check out his response on Christina Reck's tweet. State House tomorrow. Right on, Paul. Yes, I did announce that at the beginning of the stream. There is a State House standout tomorrow. All the usuals will be there. If you could be there, be there. No, I don't think Alan Jackson's worried at all. But why? Why is Alan Jackson and David Yannetti not at all to be worried here? Spacey Stacy fucking nailed it. Jackson and Yannetti have the truth on their side. 100%. Simplest answer. Jackson and Yannetti have the truth on their side. The fact is that the burden of proof is on the prosecution, and unless the prosecution pulls dirty shit like they did with the last trial, but failed, unless they manage to pull more slicker, dirty shit this time around, because if there was evidence against Karen Reed, we would have saw it in the last trial. If there was smoking gun evidence against Karen Reed, that would have been presented at trial, period. And it never was. But there was some pretty similar smoking gun stuff that there was a setup, wasn't there? I mean, I'd call those text messages from Proctor smoking gun shit. I'd call Michael Proctor's relationship with the McCabe's and the Alberts smoking gun shit. A lot of exculpatory smoking gun shit in this case. So this is why Jackson and Yannetti are not worried. Jackson and Yannetti are simply not worried because they have the truth on their side. Jackson and Yannetti are not worried because the prosecution, it doesn't matter if you give the ball to Emmett Smith or you give it to Tariq Hill. It doesn't matter who you give the ball to, because if there is no ball to give, it doesn't matter who's running the ball, does it? Because the ball would be the case against Karen Reed. I don't give a shit who you give the ball to. If there's no ball to give, then the runner's fucking useless. The runner can't do shit. Simple. I don't care who they bring in as prosecutors. It doesn't matter who they bring in as prosecutors. They don't have a case. You have to have a case. Now, yeah, see, there's things about this quote. Brian Haley, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Brother Will. Good afternoon, Brother Brian. So there's things about this case now, about this quote here. One particular line that he states here. To ensure that the facts surrounding John O'Keefe's death are fully and fairly aired in the courtroom without outside influence. You got to remember, lawyers, they're careful with their words. Without outside influence. Now, unless the question was, are you worried about outside influence? Well, then I don't see any other motive behind him specifying without outside influence. Unless he was sending a not so subtle warning to people like Aiden Carney, Turtle Boy. And really pretty much any of us that speak freely about this case. Because here's the thing is I don't like to interfere with investigations. It's not something that I engage in. So there have been cases like missing persons cases is one thing that I won't ever. If I get information, I will find out if it's okay to share that information, because I don't want to impede on an ongoing investigation because it might put somebody in danger. I don't want to do that. But here's the thing about this case, though. is this isn't one of those cases. This is one of those cases where people who taxpayers in Norfolk County trust with information can't be trusted with the information. So they had to rely on one of their own to provide them with the information that is it's their right as the public to have. This is what needed to be done. They were covering up information that could very well set free a woman who is being falsely accused of murdering a Boston police officer. So I find it interesting because why wouldn't I think this? Why wouldn't I look deeply into that line in that quote? Without outside interference, influence, outside influence, which is a much more broad word to use. Influence. So that tells me, A, this guy is going to file a lot of motions to have certain information excluded. But we already knew that. He's going to file a shit ton of motions to have things excluded. He's also going to, I have every reason to believe, why wouldn't I believe that he's going to do everything he can to silence certain information from being discussed and talked about publicly. So right, Gregor Smith, that's what I'm getting out of that. It's kind of a veiled threat. I took that as, because think about it. Why wouldn't I think that, right? What has Michael Morrissey done this entire time? He's been trying to shut everybody up. They just charged 2 people with witness intimidation for saying something about Jen McCabe. Romy, thank you so much. Alan Jackson's statement, special prosecutor Ham basically said, pull up, bitch. Yeah, I'm going to look into that. Let me find that. Sorry. I'm trying to find where it says where Alan Jackson's quote is. All right, let me do that. I have Christina Rex's. Which post is it? Is it the one with the screenshot of the article or what? Okay. Hold on. Let me just show you guys what I'm looking at. Let me click on her. Okay, here we go. New from Alan Jackson, Karen Reed's lawyer. The news that Michael Morrissey has decided to use taxpayer funds to hire an outside lawyer to prosecute this case speaks volumes about his confidence in his own team. That is an excellent point. They can bring anyone they want to court. We will beat this unjust prosecution just like we did the last time. Like we've said to Morrissey previously, do your worst. We'll see you in court. Wow. Okay. Thank you guys for directing me to that. Wow. So direct quote from Alan Jackson. I mean, right. This is what I'm saying. It just simply doesn't matter. Ashley Bourne, thank you so much. So trial 2, we'll see. Will we see all of them take the stand in the likes of Donkey Teeth McCabe, Sheesbag Proctor, and Uncle Fester, Tully, etc. I don't know. I really don't know what to expect from this upcoming trial. I really don't. I have no idea what to expect from this upcoming trial. But Alan Jackson made an incredible point, a fascinating point, where he says that the fact that Michael Morrissey felt the need to hire an outside lawyer to prosecute this case speaks volumes of what he even thinks of his own team. This is a bad move, and so many, like, politically for Michael Morrissey, this is just really bad. Like, anybody, like a turnip, could fucking throw their hat in the ring to run against Michael Morrissey for Norfolk County District Attorney and win at this point. It is insane. Like, this dude politically is fucking finished. Dude, like, it's common knowledge. It's common knowledge that Josh Levy is investigating Michael Morrissey in Michael Morrissey's office, right? It's common knowledge that the Sandra Birchmore case and the John O'Keefe case were under Michael Morrissey's watch. It's common knowledge that he weaponizes the Massachusetts State Police, and we know who in the Massachusetts State Police he weaponizes. Like, this is stuff that's town talk. You know what I mean? This is stuff where his voters are talking amongst each other. This is just conversation that takes place amongst voters. It's amazing. Romy, thank you so much. Norfolk County residents are outraged, rightfully so, that their tax money is funding a special prosecutor because of the Norfolk DA's incompetence. Right. I mean, what a stupid move on his part. Like, think about it. You guys are the voters, man. So, like, what kind of slap in the face bullshit is this, where you guys are asking for, like, the people of Canton at least are asking for an audit, a fucking audit. And then this guy goes and brings in a special prosecutor, outside hire from his office, and from his office, he hires an outsider. This is amazing to me that this dude thinks that this is a good idea. I mean, everything about this guy screams corruption. It's like as if he's not worried about losing his seat as Norfolk County District Attorney. It's like as if he just doesn't care because he thinks he's grandfathered in or something. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. Sorry, I'm just looking over the chat. I mean, dude, think about that shit, dude. Like, look at what a rock star Ken Mello turned out to be. Think about that shit. Now, like think about how great this has gone for Michael Morrissey already, you know? I don't understand. Oh shit, what's up, Mexi? I don't understand what Michael Morrissey is thinking here. This is fucking hilarious to me. Yeah. I assume full responsibility and all obligations for prosecuting this case. Like, that means he's taken over the case. All right, let's go over. Let's just for fun. Let's go over, because this is what's really funny is like you have people like Plevin and them that are like, oh my god, the free Karen Reed people are panicking. Like, no, we're not even a little bit. To us, this is just another development. It's just a new thing to talk about because we're not worried. It's just a new thing to talk about. That's all. It's a new thing to discuss on the social media forums. Dude, okay, so Bettero. Here's what Bettero just tweeted. Been a lawyer in New York since 1998. And seen almost everything since then. One thing I've never seen is a DA's office bring in a ringer for a trial without recusing themselves due to a conflict. Interpret that as you will. Massachusetts taxpayer, if you live in Norfolk County, question why your elected officials are incapable of trying a murder case without outside help. Karen Reed is never going to be convicted. Dude, that's Bettero right there. Right? And I got to give it to him, man. I mean, dude, look. It's put as simply as it possibly could be by an attorney. You know? I mean, that alone right there, that is an action that tells you that Karen Reed is innocent. That is an action that tells the rest of the country, if not the world, that Karen Reed is innocent. We can't prosecute this guy. He can't do shit. So we're gonna bring in a scab. Rowie, thank you so much. Bringing in a special prosecutor didn't work out too well in the Baldwin case. I didn't follow that case that closely, so I didn't realize that they did that. But thank you so much. But yeah, I guess it didn't, did it? I mean, dude, like Morrissey has got to be a drunk. Like I'm calling it. That's it. Morrissey's a fucking drunk, dude. There's nobody who looks like him and makes these kind of decisions who isn't fucking just, who doesn't go through like a bottle of a plastic fucking gallon of fucking vodka, you know, without a handle. Like I'm calling it. Like, I feel like that's an all day thing for that guy. Yeah, I think that's an all day thing. I think that's the blood that flows through the Norfolk County DA's office is fucking Taka. Oh my god, dude. some fucking horrible fucking generic fucking name like I don't know, like the Czar's Kiss or some shit. You know, fucking Morrissey is going for quantity and not quality, bro. You know it. You know it. He's a knick-knack. Yeah. She said I used talking to clean. Dude, yeah, man. There's just no way that that dude's sober with the decisions that he makes. Come on. Like, I love that shit. I love that these people that are just like, oh my God. They're like, oh, Morrissey's bringing in the big guns. And we're all like, but why does he have to do that? You know? What do you mean? Yeah, we're not worried about it. It doesn't matter. Again, like, you could bring in, the town could come together, you know what I mean? Pitch in, hire an outside assassin to come in, take out that bully in the saloon, you know? Right? That they think it is. Go and put all your town money together to hire the baddest, most ruthless, fastest gun in the West. The problem is that there's no bullets for his gun because there's no case. There's no case. He can't click. Oh, I'm sorry, folks. Sorry about that. Darn. Plum forgot my bullets. That's how we see you right now. That's how we see you right now. I mean, there's no, we don't, yeah, you're fucking, okay, so now we got to fight Yosemite Sam. Awesome. Great. Look here, here's Plevin. Look at Plevin. Plevin says, panic just beginning to spread in the fragile and increasingly delusional world of free Karen Reed. As the jury you interviewed most recently made unintentionally clear, if the prosecution doesn't drop the ball and just conveys the known of evidence effectively, Karen has no chance at acquittal and a much diminished chance at a hung jury. Short of getting a brainwashed turtle rider into the jury and assuming the state now brings an effective case, Karen will likely be convicted of OUI manslaughter. Bro, like, this guy's so retarded, dude. Plevin is so stupid, man, sometimes. So, look at what he's saying here. He thinks that he says, like, short of getting a brainwashed turtle rider on the jury and assuming the state now brings an effective case, why didn't they bring, see, this is where Plevin tells us everything, right? Plevin tells us one very, very simple thing, and hidden in all of these long-winded bullshit tweets, these torturous fucking bullshit long live streams where and his dumbass reenactments and shit. This dude fucking, he tells you everything that you need to know because he's always going, I pay attention to logic, evidence, I follow the evidence, blah, 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 my nips are fucking tweaking and boinking through my shirt. This guy doesn't ever realize that what he's constantly doing, no matter what he says, is when he says things like, assuming the state now brings an effective case. If you understand the law at all, if there was a case, that case would have presented itself practically. If there was evidence that Karen Reed actually killed John O'Keefe, well, then that would have been presented the first time. The best chance at it happened. And Plevin knows this. There's no way that Plevin can fucking use a thesaurus, have enough fucking have enough fucking foresight to fucking look up something in a fucking thesaurus. It's ironic that the word slipped my mind, right? But not realize that the simplest fucking answer is right in your face. There's no case. There's no case. You shouldn't need a prosecutor who is, a silver-tongued devil to prosecute someone. If it's something as simple as she backed her car into him and drove off, then you should be able to prove that. It should not be difficult to prove. But see, it doesn't matter, Plevin. It doesn't matter how this new prosecutor, this Brennan dude, presents a case. Because imagine, let's say for a second that this special prosecutor Brennan is the dopest fucking prosecutor of all time. Just on it. Like, I mean, walks into a room and he's got the orange aura like Rick James, right? That kind of prosecutor when he walks into a courtroom. It won't matter what he says when the defense lets the jury know that they didn't even interview anyone separately from the house. They didn't even bother to interview some of the people that were at the house. They didn't even bother to log evidence where it was supposed to be logged and when. There's no chain of custody in the evidence. There's no record of it. So all of these things are things that it doesn't matter how good a prosecutor is, they're not going to be able to convince a jury that there's an excuse for this. That the very evidence that they're planning on using to convict this woman with is tainted through and through, from credibility to the integrity of it being even on record. So all of this shit is fucked. There's no prosecutor that's going to be able to explain this away. So unless there's new evidence, that's just all the more reason to think, if there is new evidence, that's just going to be all the more reason for me to think that Karen Reed is being railroaded. Because why is new evidence coming up 2 years later? That makes no sense. More than 2.5 years later. Haley Hopes, thank you so much. Plevin and Jennifer Coffenoffer's paycheck from the DA's office might go away now that Morrissey is paying outside counsel. Good point. Yeah, they might lose that meal ticket. Because again, people, there's only so much money. I mean, this is just really funny to me. Like, the court of public opinion is already fucked as far as the prosecution in this case goes, right? And so now they're going to bring in the guy who represented Boston's enemy number one, the most notorious Boston gangster of all time. This guy represented him in court, defended him in court. And and he's going to bring him in from the outside to prosecute Karen Reed, because that's not going to make them look dirty as fuck in any way, shape, or form, is it? Like it's like Michael Morrissey had the word mafia fucking tattooed across his chest, and then he just said fuck it and went, God, it's hot in here, and took his shirt off for the whole world to see. You know, that's totally what this comes off as. Like, you kind of suspected, you know, like, wonder if that dude's got a fucking, you know. And sure enough, yeah, out of nowhere, big fat ass Morrissey fucking just goes, fuck, it's fucking hot in here. Ah. And then it says mafia across his fucking chest. Just lets everybody know. Yeah, you're welcome for the visual. So after this winded ass, you can tell Turtle Boy didn't even read it. Turtle Boy just answered him after that winded ass fucking tweet. Turtle Boy's like, you pretended to have terminal cancer after spreading years creeping on underage drunk girls in leech rooms. You live in your mom's attic, and every piece of furniture you own is made of wicker. No one. It's the way that wicker. It's the wicker comment. No one watches your show. No one watches your show because they have no interest in lying con artist grifters. Nothing you say or think matters. Oh my fucking God, dude. That's too much. That is so much fun. It's so much fun. All your furniture is made of wicker. And then, like, just watching everyone troll Plevin. Like, I don't understand why he does this to himself. Right. And then somebody's like asking Plevin, like, because Plevin just insists on ignoring these simple fucking things, man. Like, somebody says, so what happens when the defense calls Proctor and Paul back to the stand because the prosecution? Well, great question. And then Alyssa M says, that's not panic, bright eyes. That's relief that we don't have to listen to 1,000 questions about snow and seating arrangements and 1,001 if any questions all over again. Exactly. That too. And you still never replied to my rebuttal on your post about the GPS data. Should I have thrown in insult into my rebuttal? Because those seem to catch your attention. All right, I'll remember that for next time. I love it. She has Plevin's number. She totally does. I'm just trying to find like the funny ones. Holly McNamara says, Yellow Cottage Tales, whoever you are, you're unhinged, obsessed, and not smart. Any decent, intelligent human can see Karen is innocent, right? It's all physics. You're just projecting. But either way, no matter what your opinion is, no one cares. Just keep it to yourself. No need to No need to trash people that support Karen. Grow up. Okay. Dude, like, I see comments like this, and they're like, yes, go Kevin and Hank. Justice is coming. And I just picture the person typing that drooling. I just do. I do. I picture them just go Kevin and Hank. Just big old slobber that just never, ever, ever stops. Kind of people are like, oh, fuck, I can't type. Well, lift up your phone. I can't fucking type. Lift it up. You just feel, I can't lift it up. Ah, and then they throw it, and you're just like, what? Dude, it just blows my mind that everybody thinks like Plevin, people in Plevin's camp think this is like good news. Like this is somehow like a step forward for the Commonwealth. This is such a step backwards. It's not even funny. It's political suicide for Michael Morrissey. It's totally political suicide on Michael Morrissey's part. All right, let's see what these idiots say.
Before we head to a break, we have some breaking news to share with you out of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where a new prosecutor will now be spearheading the Karen Read retrial.
Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey announced today that he has tapped defense attorney Hank Brennan, that's right, you heard it, defense attorney Hank Brennan, as a special assistant DA, calling him a highly respected and skilled former prosecutor.
You know, all you got to do is pay attention. Like somebody's feeding these fucking people what to say, man. You know, like that's the second time I've heard the word tapped. And that's not a quote. That's just the word that the media has been using as a headline or whatever. Like Court TV's doing it right now on their own. Oh my God, Yuri's math teacher gifted another 10 memberships, people. Oh my God. Oh my God, and it's another Melanie Little raid. You guys make sure to subscribe to Attorney Melanie Little. Yeah, like, who says that? They tapped the new special prosecutor. They tapped. Like, nobody talks like that. Nobody fucking talks like that. But, like, Boston 10's going to say it, and then Court TV's going to say it.
Karen Read retrial.
Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey announced today that he has tapped defense attorney Hank Brennan. That's right, you heard it. Defense attorney Hank Brennan.
Now, maybe I'm wrong. It's possible that I'm wrong and that Michael Morrissey said so. Maybe it's a quote from Morrissey. Probably is, and I'm stupid.
As a special assistant DA, calling him a highly respected and skilled former prosecutor.
Brennan said this in a statement that he assumes full responsibility and all obligations for prosecuting this case and will do so meticulously, ethically, and zealously without compromise.
Defendant Karen Read stood trial earlier this year for the second-degree murder of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. But the case ended in a mistrial when the jury was deadlocked on the charges.
She will now face a jury once again come January 2025. Court TV will be there for it all. Before we head to a break, we have some breaking news to share with you out of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yeah,
Where a new
we already heard you, bro. I'm just trying to find more news. So fucking silly, dude. Yeah, like honestly, the only thing, like I'm so not worried about this that all I'm thinking about is like, am I gonna be fucking bored to death? Like with this guy, is this guy gonna bore me as much as Lally did? Like, is this trial gonna like drag ass any more than the last one did because of Lally and what he did? But yeah, it's a total fucking waste of money. It's an absolute waste of taxpayer money. And everybody who lives there should be fucking pissed about it. I'd be pissed about that shit. Yeah, Lally totally got benched. I mean, how hard is it going to be for a jury? How hard is it going to be to find a jury that you know, that don't know who that guy is, like locally there in Massachusetts? I would imagine that dude is pretty popular, considering he represented Whitey Bulger. I just started watching Black Mass again too. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is he doing? It makes no sense. What the fuck is Michael Morrissey thinking? Because I don't think of this as a strong strategy, because I don't see Michael Morrissey making moves that are strategic. Nothing that he's done so far has been smart. I mean, the way that everything about this case and how it's been handled has been negligent, dirty, and negligent in how they try to cover up the dirty. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm seeing here more than anything. So I'm like, what's the move here? You know, like I'm trying to understand. Because again, I always try to give someone the benefit of the doubt to some degree, you know, in the sense of like, not even the benefit of the doubt. It's more like I don't want to underestimate him. Does that make sense? It's not that I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. It's more like I don't want to underestimate him too much. You know, like maybe he's got a trick up his sleeve that, you know, I'm not thinking of here, but it feels like something a drunk would do. That's what it feels like. It feels like this has got vodka written all over it. This is like a bad vodka decision is what it feels like. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna bring in Brennan. You know what I mean? Like Mr. Morrissey, Whitey Bulger Brennan? That Brennan? Of course. What other Brennan? Of course. Bring him in. Sit him down. What? Okay. I'm trying to understand. Like, we're gonna fight fire with fire. Fire with fire. I don't understand. So the public feels like you're dirty, and Karen Reed is innocent, and so you're gonna hire a mob lawyer to prosecute her? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. You still got the number for that law firm that called me about a job? Okay. All right. Just keep that handy. Okay. Yeah, Michael. Yes, of course. I totally get it. I'm on it right now. Let's go. Let's go. I can't imagine what, like, the logic behind that. Trying to understand the logic behind it. Trying to understand the strategy. Just don't get it. I don't know why, like, I picture like Morrissey having like that really effeminate male right hand, that he treats like shit. Like, I don't know why. I just picture, like, I guess just because I see Michael Morrissey as a total fucking TV villain, that, like, I just picture him having that right hand person that he treats like shit. And, his name is Tully. You picture Tully just like like that bald dude in Barry. the hitman, the bald dude with no eyebrows in Barry. You know what I'm talking about? Well, yeah, Mr. Mossy, yeah. I don't think that's probably a good idea, Mr. Mossy. Oh my god, dude. This is just too fucking stupid. Like, how do you not laugh at this debacle at this point, dude? This is the craziest fucking bullshit I've ever seen in my life. You go and you hire a mob lawyer. You fucking contract a mob lawyer to prosecute a woman who you're framing for killing a cop. I can't, bro. Like, this gets weirder and weirder and weirder by the day. At this point, I'm desensitized to it, in the sense that, like, as far as shock, like, what? Like, that doesn't happen anymore. At this point, I'm just like, what? Okay. This is fucking too much. Like, there's no, yeah. It's like a fucking, it's like a tragic comedy. It's crazy. This is the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. Dude, it's not like, he hired fucking Frankie the Finger, from some buttfuck crew in Southie that you never heard of, and his lawyer to do this. He hired Whitey Bulger's lawyer, dude. Like, what? Lena on me, thank you so much. Could it be Morrissey's preparing to derail this case because he knows the federales has got them? Just a thought. Love your lives. I kind of thought of that too. I just haven't put much thought into that, because it doesn't seem like the only reason I dismissed it was because I think of the first motion to dismiss, or one of the first motions to dismiss, not this last one, where I know that oh, sorry, I got distracted by something there. I know that the, 'cause hold on, sorry. In the motion to dismiss that that Alan Jackson and David United filed before, they state that all Morrissey wants is a win here, and they want and in the motion to disqualify him, it's because he's under federal investigation, and because if he gets this conviction, then he's validated. Basically, he thinks that there's nothing to investigate, right? Because remember, in those letters, he's dying to know what they're investigating. Why are you investigating me? I can't, for the life of me, imagine why the United States Attorney's Office would be interested in me. Could you enlighten me, please? And that, they didn't bite. They were like, no, we feel that you need to be under investigation, but we're not going to tell you why. So if that's the case, then no, I don't see how this would be a positive strategy. How does hiring a mob lawyer, if you're under investigation from the feds, if you're under federal investigation for corruption, how does hiring a mob lawyer to prosecute the most high profile case that you have in your office right now make you look innocent and not corrupt? You know what I mean? So that's why that doesn't gel with me. Sorry, it took me about a fucking half hour to explain that, but I get those brain farts sometimes, and I apologize. Yeah, that doesn't add up to me. That doesn't add up to me. Why would he? If he's under investigation, he's going to want to look as squeaky clean as possible. Hiring Whitey Bulger's lawyer to prosecute this case is fucking wild. That's some Wild West shit, people. Now, maybe in the law that happens. I don't know. But I don't know. I'd have to hear Melanie Little. I'd have to hear Bettero talk about this. For me to go, all right, wait, what? This is definitely something I would want to hear. Jesus Christ, I'm already forgetting her name. And she has a huge channel, and I can't even remember her name. I get those brain farts, folks. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, there's quite a few law tubers that I would be curious in asking. Emily Baker, thank you. That was the one I was looking for. Emily Baker. Okay, now you can stop typing names in chat. Thank you. Yeah, Emily Baker. Yeah. So, I'd be really interested in knowing what these law tubers feel about this, because it seems like some Wild West cowboy shit. Hiring a fucking mob defense attorney as a special prosecutor to prosecute the case against a Boston police officer who everyone is saying there's a conspiracy to cover it up. That's crazy shit, people. Like, every time I put it into perspective in my head, every time I do, so I could say it out loud, like, I end up yelling it because I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. Like, and you think about it, this is the kind of shit that, like, news stations are just, whatever. Mainstream media is just like, okay. Just another development in the Karen Reed debacle. Absolutely wild. All right. Phone lines are now open. You can call in. Because I got to hear what y'all think. I got to hear what y'all think. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hold on a second. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Okay. I'm like, why ain't nobody calling? Why ain't nobody calling?
Call from
Brandon.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
This is Brandon.
What's up, Brandon?
Ain't not much, man. Yeah, I think it's funny that all these anti-Karen Reed people are talking about the people Alan Jackson defended.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if they're, who he defended. What's his name? Weinstein.
It's a little different when it's a little different when a prosecutor becomes a defense attorney versus a defense attorney who decides to start prosecuting.
Exactly.
I mean, it's kind of weird. I don't think that there's any comparison. Like, all that tells me is that he's a Alan Jackson's a high profile defense attorney. And
yeah, I've never heard of that before.
And that's it. I mean, he defended Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, I think too. I mean, it's not a perfect world, but if you remember,
no, I don't have a problem with all. I'm just saying that the anti-Karen Reed people do.
Oh, well, I mean,
but
that just tells me they have no respect for the law. They have no respect for the justice system.
What the state's doing now is that's like having Gotti's attorney prosecute Trump or something in New York.
It's insane. It's insane. Like, Phil Spector as well. Well, he prosecuted Phil Spector.
No, he prosecuted Spector. Yeah.
He
had to prosecute. He had to prosecute him like 2 or 3 times. It was crazy. Like the guy, there's so much evidence and gets to do blood evidence, a witness, and it still took like 2 or 3 trials to convict the dude.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that this dude is a threat in the slightest bit. I mean, I think it's what I can expect out of this is because Michael Morrissey's going to be, he's the one who wants the job done. He hired him.
Right.
So, and that means that Michael Morrissey is accountable. He's the source person accountable for the frame up job of Karen Reed. So all this covering up and whatnot, that's all going to come from him. The only thing that I expect out of this prosecutor, if I'm being totally honest, this is just my personal opinion. But my personal opinion is that this guy is just here to try to execute the dirty shit that Lally wasn't smart enough or slick enough to pull off himself. So he hired somebody who could. That's what I think.
That makes sense. One more thing I wanted to say is, it's as ridiculous as Trooper Paul's flying taillight theory is for causing those arm injuries. Like, he is his job. He don't even believe that theory, but the people actually believe that, or just I just don't understand it. I mean, you have to be almost brain dead to believe that flying taillight could cause them injuries on the arm. It's the most absurd thing I've ever heard of.
Of course it's absurd. But, that's what's funny is, these are the things where definitive proof can be an inconvenience, but it's and is necessary. So again, we don't get to cherry pick when it's convenient for us. So you gotta break that down, and you gotta prove. Even though common sense dictates there's no way. Anybody who's ever raised a kid, anybody who's been a kid themselves, they know they're not going to sustain those kind of injuries from that type of situation. That's just not going to happen. And anybody who's ever been attacked by a dog, or seen anybody who's been attacked by a dog is going to look at those injuries and go, that looks like a dog attack, but that looks like isn't going to fly. You have to get an expert who's going to say that is definitely a dog attack. And I know this and the defense did this, the defense brought up a witness who was, who literally wrote the book on police dog bites, and Chloe is a not a trained police dog. She flunked out. But she was a German Shepherd, and she's going to know. This lady's going to know.
Yeah, I mean, you hear Pleasant try to explain it, how he took the impact with his elbow or somehow, and I don't know, it's pretty ridiculous.
Oh, that would be cool.
One of many of his ridiculous theories.
That actually would be really cool. Sorry, I got the super chat. Thank you, Dreamer, and thank you also to Jody 617. So what Dreamer is saying here is that we get 20 people together to go to a Red Sox game and chant "Free Karen Reed" to get the stadium chanting "Free Karen Reed." Get a chant.
That'd be awesome.
That would be cool, wouldn't it?
I live near St. Louis, so it's kind of far from me.
Right.
I seen my uncle was watching your show, and he seen that Federico jersey. He thought you were from St. Louis, probably, or something.
I was born there.
Oh, you were?
Mm-hmm.
I live in Illinois, about 30 minutes away.
Okay.
From St. Louis, way out in the country.
Okay. Yeah, across the river.
But yes. Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with like Edwardsville and stuff like that.
Yeah. I've been across the river a couple of times. It's too young to really remember it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Right on.
I'm actually. Go ahead.
No, I was going to take the next caller, but I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I got. Appreciate it. All right, thanks, man.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
Yep.
It's a cool dude. Tully went to freak offs. Do y'all see that fucking footage that I posted on Twitter of P. Diddy taking people's phones before freak off? Oh my God.
Call from
Kevin.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Kevin Beidle.
Okay, Kevin Beidle. How we doing, buddy?
Oh, pretty good. Yourself?
Not bad, not bad. What can I do you for?
This is Get In With the Glare, is it not?
This is, yes, you're on with the glare. This is Will. Hi.
Hi, Will. Just curious, wonder who put the thing in the head with Karen about the snowplow.
Do what now?
Well, she was saying that when she was being questioned about getting that he got hit by a snowplow, and I was wondering who put that in her head, because I think the whole premise was that they were going to put him out on the snowbank so they got hit by the snowplow instead of, and then Karen showed up and that screwed up that plan.
I have no idea. I just figured that Karen might have thought that he got hit by a snowplow, considering the fact that there were snowplows and it was snowing and it was a thing there.
Because I think she was talking with Jen, and I think Jen put it in her head.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Oh,
No
it was
worries,
in the 2020 interview. Okay, so
yeah.
So people are confirming what you're saying. Yes. Okay. God, it's been forever since I watched that.
But like that's what kind of makes I think they were basically setting up that he would get hit by the snowplow, because they had no idea that Karen was going to get out there.
Right.
They just wanted to make sure he was going to die out there. And if he got hit by the snowplow, well, then Lucky gets framed.
Right. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a theory, you know. I mean, they had to put his body out there for a reason with the intent of saying that something hit him, but a snowplow would make the most sense, sure. And yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I mean, if Karen said in the interview that Jen's the one who told her that, then yeah.
Well, no, I did. That's where I'm kind of curious, is where she was thinking about, like, that he would get hit by the snowplow. And like, I know at some point she thought she lost him at the waterfall, and had no idea and couldn't remember, and that's where they took advantage of her not remembering.
I don't know. Your question is, where did Karen get the idea of him getting hit with a snowplow?
Well, that's where my kind of curious is, where she would think that he would get hit by a snowplow.
Right. People are saying in chat that she heard it from Jen McCabe, that she said so on the
Oh yeah, that's what I figured, and
okay.
I think the whole plan was that they were going to put
John
out in the snowbank
and frame
Lucky. Got hit by the plow. Frame Lucky.
Right.
But then Karen showed up and screwed up that plan.
Right. Oh, okay.
And they had to go to plan 2.
Plan B. Yeah.
Plan B, yeah.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah. I mean, that makes sense to me. They absolutely took advantage of the fact that she couldn't definitively say that she didn't hit him. So, you know,
yep.
They, you know.
Anyway, I appreciate your show, and thanks for hearing me out.
Right on. Thanks for calling. Appreciate you.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye. I don't think I'm frozen. Yes, and Higgins did have a plow in front of his Jeep as well.
Call from
Nathan.
You're on, Nathan. What's up, buddy?
Hi, Will. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Hey, I've been listening to you for a while here, a few months.
Okay.
Got some things written down here to help save some time.
Okay.
Wow. I think my opinion on Jackson's closing is a little bit different than a lot of the other YouTubers here. I don't think it was good enough.
What wasn't good enough?
Hit up the points. I don't think he was good enough on showing how it wasn't a car accident. So
who, Jackson?
A lot of his closing, yes.
Okay, you're talking about his closing arguments.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So I think he didn't highlight on the car accident not being a thing enough, because I mean, just looking at those juror interviews from Turtle Boy, you know, it takes a lot for somebody not paying attention to the case, has no idea, to even believe that the police could do a conspiracy like this.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, because I mean, we can all do that. I always just try to keep myself, you know, in my place. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, you know, it's Alan Jackson. He knows what he's doing. I'm just some asshole with a YouTube channel, you know? So, but there's times where I think, you know, man, what if he spent just 60 seconds on explaining the ARCA guys and how they have no stake in this? Like, really pound that into their minds that they were hired from an outside entity who I'm not at liberty to say who, and, you know,
right.
So, you know, that I feel like that would have got the jury thinking, you know, okay, well, these guys, you know, they weren't on our payroll. They weren't, you know, they were subpoenaed because they conducted their own investigation, hired by entities that were not us. You know, that
right. And
I feel like that would have gotten the jury thinking.
I think Jackson and Giannetti not talking to ARCA beforehand might have been a negative for them because they didn't know how to prepare properly, not interviewing them, figuring out what questions to ask to help get all that information out. They tried to show that as, oh, look, we've never talked to these guys. And I think between now and the next trial, talking to them, figuring out what they need to do is going to help them even more.
Yeah.
And I also just don't get the taillight. We saw the video of when Karen left One Meadows in the morning, and she still had that red on the broken taillight. And then the police picture of the taillight, almost all that red's gone.
Yeah.
I just don't get how, just not stressing that, like that, the taillight's planted. It's obvious.
Right.
Is there, like, what can they do to show?
I feel like they
that
could have
taillight
done
would have
that.
been white.
I don't know why
The taillight would have been white.
I don't know why they didn't talk about Higgins in the video footage in the Waterfall Bar and Grill, where he seems to be motioning in an aggressive manner to get John O'Keefe to meet him outside. I'm wondering why that wasn't touched on. You know,
Right. I mean, I think they really just need to focus on that car accident is not as possible. Then let's just lay the foundation of, like, look at all these other things that the other people are doing that's shady. We're not saying that they did anything or who did what, but they all have, if something did happen, they all have a reason to lie.
Yeah. They all, I mean, they all obviously have a reason to lie. You know? I mean,
right. And I know, like Brian from LTL, he talked about getting a Lexus taillight to do experiments on it. I don't know why the defense just doesn't do that. No expensive, but you get a taillight and you cut out that red portion and hook it up. When it's cut up, that light's going to be white and not red like it was in the morning.
Right. Sure. Right. Yeah. You're not the first person to say that, actually, when they called in. Because I feel like that's, that would have done well. That would have done real well. Some visual aid for the jury to see. Look at the taillight here. Look at this taillight. This is, there's something really fishy here. But right. I feel like they probably just felt like they sufficiently made their point with the inverted video, the video back of Karen backing into John O'Keefe's SUV, the ARCA experts. I feel like they felt like they
right. I mean, to us, seeing what happened for months and months beforehand, it made sense. But obviously it wasn't good enough. They couldn't get the second charge.
The vibe I get is that they had the choice to go for big air or just realize that they created enough doubt, and that doubt was really what their goal was. So let's not overdo it and just let, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then instead of going for big air, which they probably should have, they didn't want to take too big of a bite that they could chew, and they just stuck with what they felt was sufficient enough to create doubt in the jurors' minds.
Right. And my last point here is for the new prosecutor hired gun that they're going with, they're going to be using these juror interviews the same way as the defense will, to figure out what they need to drive harder, and definitely going to go with the guy that can do the scummy approach. So pulling out all the stops that Lally didn't, just to drive home that she intentionally did it, even though we all know it's bullshit.
Right. Yeah. This is yeah. I just don't see how this is going to work out well for Michael Morrissey. This is going to be very expensive for Karen Reed, unfortunately, but it's going to be in the grand scheme of things, very, very bad for Michael Morrissey. And he's doing this to himself. I mean, dude, I'm going to say it again. Michael Morrissey hired the attorney of the most notorious gangster in Boston's history, and to prosecute a second time around, where people are questioning whether or not her civil rights are being violated, a case that should have never been tried in the first place. So he hires a mob lawyer to prosecute it the second time around. It's in the death of a Boston police officer. So, you know, and there's so much evidence in the public eye already that there's so much shady shit going on. This is not good for Michael Morrissey at all. This is like the stupidest thing he can do.
I don't know. I don't think the public's going to put that much thought into it. I mean, look at what they try to say about Alan Jackson.
Public already is.
Kevin Spacey.
The public already no.
Does it matter?
Of course it matters.
I don't think it really matters. I mean, the guy's going to do a prosecution. He's going to do a crappy job, just like Ken Mello.
It matters because we're talking about someone who went from being a prosecutor to being a defense attorney. You're talking about somebody who just thought that it would be more lucrative to do that, right? That's Alan Jackson. You know, a lot of prosecutors do this. But what's not really heard of here is a district attorney's office contracting a special prosecutor who worked as the defense attorney for the scourge of the very town that they live in currently. Like, you think that this is good public image for Michael Morrissey? Do you think that the public likes the idea of the most notorious crime boss that the town lived under its thumb, that the attorney that represented him is prosecuting this case? Of course not.
The public that knows about the case, of course not. But I mean, there's enough people that don't pay attention, not listening.
Dude, anybody who's ever followed mafia activity in the United States is going to know who Whitey Bulger is, man. You know, like, I mean, Whitey Bulger's Netflix documentary was one of the most top viewed Netflix documentaries of all time. You know, what this guy did was fucking cold-blooded mad dog shit. You know, this guy was a psychopath, and the lawyer who defended him is now being contracted by Michael Morrissey, the district attorney, to prosecute the death of a police officer. That's not a good look for him. I promise you. I don't think. I think the public is locally is definitely going to look at it this way, but you know, the public nationally is going to look at it this way as well. I mean, if they look at it that deep, if it becomes a case that someone follows, then they're going to hear this. You know, it's unless the news keeps it out for some reason, makes an effort to keep that detail out.
Sure. Well, thanks for your time, Will. Let's go to the next caller.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. What's up, Microdots?
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
This is Cameron. I was wondering how much does this new. You're on. Who am I speaking with? This is Cameron.
Okay. Can you turn down my show?
Oh, sure.
All right. No problem.
This is Cameron. Okay. How much is each? How much is he charging per hour for being the new prosecutor?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. It's a good question, though. I wonder how much he's getting paid.
And the state has to pay him, right?
Yeah, the taxpayer's paying him.
I see. So he's not going to be cheap, I guess.
No, no. This is amazing because that in and of itself, regardless of who the guy is, the fact that Michael Morrissey is contracting an outside scab to prosecute this case speaks volumes of his faith in his own office.
That's true. That's true. Well, he's got another case of the other cop that was going with the young woman that he has to deal with as well, I guess. That one is coming up next.
Okay.
So I was just curious to see what kind of money this guy is going to make.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know, but I know the local taxpayers there are not happy about it. I know that.
Well, do you think all these?
Yeah, you're talking about Sandra Birchmore, right?
Right, exactly. Yes. And do you think all these interviews that Karen Reed is giving out to, in public, is that going to help her or not?
I don't think it hurts her. She's innocent.
Being on 2020 and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it hurts her.
No, and they're not gonna get anything new out of her that they're gonna use.
Such as
any comments that she makes, I guess they can bring it into the new trial.
Oh,
turn it around and.
I mean, so you're talking about? Do you think that they have any new evidence on her in the new trial?
Correct.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're concerned that her giving interviews, they're going to use in her interviews is that wise of her because they'll use what she says in interviews against her as evidence, but she hasn't said anything. She hasn't said anything that is in any way damning to her case in her interviews so far. So I don't think so. No.
I see. That's going to be interesting. Hopefully they don't delay it anymore.
Right.
Or are they going to need more time? Ask for more time by having.
They'll probably have a hearing that will determine if there's a continuance. I would assume that there probably will be, so that the new prosecutor can familiarize himself with the case. So I would assume that the trial date's going to get pushed back. I would count on it, honestly.
I think so as well. Yeah. Well, I enjoy your program.
Hey, thank you so much. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Virginia.
Virginia, right on.
Yes.
Awesome.
Alexandria. Yep.
Alexandria.
Right,
okay.
man.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Clara. It's Dina.
What's up, Dina?
I've been trying to call you.
Oh, yeah? Get out of town.
I have an important message.
Do you?
For anyone going to the State House tomorrow, please go in pairs. Please use the buddy system.
Oh, that was an important message. Yes, absolutely. Use the buddy system.
It's really dangerous in the Boston Common right now, and I just want everyone to know, we want everyone to come out, but please go in pairs. And if you arrive there off the subways and you need help or anything, just message one of us, and we'll come out and meet you somewhere so you get in safely.
Look at that. I love it.
Yeah, we're all there for each other, so that's why I'm calling in.
We're all about safety, folks. All about safety.
It's all about safety, especially right now with everything that's going on. It's going to get dangerous around here. And, like I said before, all this shit's coming out from back in the Whitey days.
Hello? Oh, we lost Dina. Oh my God. You guys. Oh God, Jesus. Yeah, that was gross. You guys can't see that stuff. I don't know what happened to Dina. We lost her.
Call from Reality Check.
Reality
To
check.
accept, press 1.
Hold
To send a voicemail.
Reality check. What's up?
Hey, well, not much. One thing I was going to say about the gentleman who called from Virginia. I don't know how far they can push it out because don't they have to have her tried within 6 months of that last trial?
I don't know.
I thought that's what they said. It had that the retrial had to be within 6 months of the last one. If I remember Mark right, that's what I thought he said. The other thing is there are 2 people running against Morrissey already, and Boston 10, I sent it to you on X. There's actually audio interviews from both of them.
Okay.
So if you want to look at that, it'll give you more information on that.
Oh, all right. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. And I'm for me, this is looking really bad that it's not just one special prosecutor, because they have the special prosecutor in Aiden's case. Now they're having to do it with Karen's case. How many cases are they going to have to do this with? Are they just going to sublet all their cases out to everybody else?
That's a great question. I would love to know what the strategy is here. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
because it's basically telling the world, like, we can't do this, so we're gonna hire somebody who
the
can.
only ones.
What?
The only ones they can do are these. I know the only ones they can do are these people that they're harassing for witness intimidation. They're going to be able to handle those.
Right.
But they're not able to handle anything major because they don't know what they're doing.
I can't. I'm trying to wrap my head around the logic behind what Michael Morrissey's doing here. It's just very funny to me.
I don't know, but when I looked that guy up on the internet, he looks like just a taller lolly when he wears his glasses.
Oh, you think so?
So yes, and I'm naming him Tolly Lolly.
All right, hold on. I mean, I looked him up before.
He's got some pictures out there with him and his glasses on, and his hair's all a little fluffed up and a little bit in the middle like Lolly.
Oh, I see what you're saying, but no, he has enough sense to not use hair gel for like 3 strands of hair, and
well, you know, Lolly may convince him to do it.
Let's see.
Lolly may convince him.
Yeah, this dude is. I mean, the thing is yeah, he's known for, like, for some reason Morrissey thinks it's a good idea to bring in they've got a high profile attorney, we'll bring in a high profile attorney. Yeah, but
but Alan Jackson and Yannetti's records are better than somebody who lost Whitey's case.
Right. He lost Whitey's case. I mean, how do you win, Lolly? How do you win Whitey's case? Like, that's the whole point. Is like, this dude basically just makes you look like a piece of shit for representing him in the first place, except we don't do that here because, you know, everyone has a right to a defense, you know? So regardless, when you know someone is fucking guilty, dude. All right, you do your best to defend them. Do your best within the law to defend him. Fine. I'm not going to hold that against him. I'm not holding that against him. I'm not holding anything against this guy. What I'm saying, though, is that he works. The only thing I'm holding against him is that he's working for Michael Morrissey. That's it. That there's no integrity going into prosecuting this case. You're going into it without any integrity. There's no integrity in prosecuting a case where there's an innocent woman and everyone knows that she's innocent. There's no integrity in that. So already I'm judging the guy on his integrity, but at the same time, this is more of a Morrissey thing. This is a Morrissey thing. Why is Morrissey hiring a mob defense attorney to prosecute a case that is supposedly to get justice for a Boston police officer? That makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. And I think part of that wording as far as no outside forces, that's kind of a dig at Josh Levy and the FBI. If you ask me, that's like, you're not going to stop us. You're not going to stop us. We're going to do what we want to do.
I'm sorry. The tissue that I just blew my nose on, Clever got a hold of it, so I had to.
Overshare.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
think that's
everyone knows because I forgot to mute my mic when I did it, so whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. I mean, these shows usually run an average of about 3 hours, so it happens.
When you gotta blow, you gotta blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's a stab at a dig at Josh Levy, and it's a dig at the FBI.
A dig, though, like how?
Oh, I think it is. I think they truly think that it's over. That they're not going to get stopped. And
oh, so you think it's just a big fuck you? Like, hey, look at us, and we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. Maybe, yeah. I mean, why not at this point? I mean, if they're going down, they're going down. You know what I mean? Like, might as well keep playing, like if the ship's going down.
I don't know why this guy would put him up. I mean, I got to ask myself, did this guy watch the trial? Did he not watch the trial? Does he have any clue other than what mainstream media or court TV has said about it?
It's all about the money. Whatever Lolly's paying him, and yeah, that's got to be it.
Well, and on the weight of it falling on these new candidates for his position, he's probably doing anything he can to try to save his career by bringing somebody he thinks is a ringer in to win this case, and then everybody will sing his praises again.
Well, it just feels like it's backfiring. What is that? His efforts are backfiring, it feels like, because like maybe he's just trying to say like, hey, look, I can work with anybody, maybe he's trying to send that message to the feds. Hey, there's no vendetta against Karen Reed. What do we have against Karen Reed? You know what I mean? Like, if I could work with the guy who defended Whitey Bulger, then I could work with anybody. Maybe that's what he's going for, but it's a really stupid fucking thing to do. Like, it's really, wrong. You're going down the wrong path there, buddy.
Well, the one thing that concerns me about both of these candidates is they're both former Suffolk DAs.
Okay.
And as we've heard so far, like in Enrique Delgado Garcia's case, see, I'm getting better with my speaking. They don't want, they're all interlinked. And he didn't want another DA in it because he said we're all interlinked. So these two may not be any better. We don't know, but I do know that the gentleman that
anybody who's working for Michael Morrissey is in trying to prosecute this case. There's no way to successfully do it ethically. It can't be done because Karen Reed is innocent and they don't have evidence against her. So
Right.
there's no way that they could bring in, it doesn't matter who they bring in. The only way is if they disqualify the Norfolk County DA's office altogether and try the case in another county, in a county that just doesn't,
Right. I was talking about the two people that are running against him.
Okay.
They're both former Suffolk DAs.
Okay.
So we don't know if Morrissey's worked with them, but the one gentleman, McLean, I don't remember what his name was, but he literally said in his interview that basically they don't have any integrity in Norfolk. So I did like that, but I'm still concerned if all these DA's offices are intertwined, what they've done behind the scenes when they were together.
Yeah,
So
and Suffolk County is too, like, there's no unless you're talking like a massive ring of corruption. There's too many ins and outs in Suffolk County, I would think, that would allow for any room for corruption, Michael Morrissey type corruption. There's always somebody watching, there's too many eyes and ears. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it would make sense that Suffolk County, there would be less of a chance of them being corrupt than Michael Morrissey. But I'm just spitballing here. I don't really know. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
right. Well, let's hope the best. We'll see what the two of them do, and maybe some other people will stand up and get in on it. I saw in the chat a lot of people were saying that a Republican doesn't have a chance. So maybe there'll be an independent that comes in. Who knows? But let's just pray and start figuring out how to do some fundraisers. I saw Paul put on there that they actually invited both of the candidates to come to the standout.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. But I will let you get on to the next person. Wanted to throw in those little comments, and I will talk to you later. You have a great night.
You too. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're on. Who am I speaking with? You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Oh my God. Am I on?
You are.
Oh my God. Let me mute the other thing. Oh, Will. Yay. It's not that Dina.
Oh, hey, not that Dina.
So I just wanted to ask you, man, I've been doing this for a while. So I want to ask you one question. So, Will, have you been following the Karen Reed trial? Dude, you have the patience of a fucking saint. I honestly, I haven't even caught to the call-in version of this. I just finished the let's say the first half of it before you're even calling in. You're on your rant. I got to rewatch the whole damn thing because I've been sitting here, and I'm just going to say this for your people that are out there. I'm going to make it quick. Don't worry. Don't stay on that redial because I'm going to make it quick. But I want you to know this for your people that are listening. The Google subscribe you have called is unavailable. So stop trying to do everything with one fucking hand and just move on with your life and watch the show because it's actually pretty damn entertaining. So that's all I had to say.
All right. Well, thank you, not that Dina.
No, I appreciate you, but honestly, you really do have the patience of saying you let people go on and fucking on and fucking on, Will.
I like.
You need to
I like talking to people, man.
I know you do, but I can see sometimes you're just there's a lot of pauses going on. Where you going with this? Reel them in. Do a little list of things that you can say to kind of back them in, just to get them off the fucking phone, because there's 10,000 people out there, because you are so loved, going, Oh my God. What the fuck? Why are they still talking? Oh, this isn't your show. Do you get that this isn't your fucking show? You need to just go make some eggs.
It is when I let them on. You know what I mean? Like to some degree, I give them carte blanche until, you know.
Yeah, because you're shockingly polite. That's your problem.
Not really.
You're a gentleman.
Not really.
No. You can be a dick, but you can't be a dick to just anyone. You have to like have that fucking person come on and just be like, oh, you want a piece of this? And then you're like, oh, I'll fucking kill you. But if they're just being like, well, so, I had like one more question that's gonna last at least 15 more minutes. You're like, oh, okay, I don't want to be an asshole. I don't know what this person's going through. But you're a great guy, and I'm going to hang up now so somebody else who's been listening to the YouTube subscriber that you try to call isn't going to be sitting there too much longer. So I love you. Have a wonderful night. That's my spiel.
Right on. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it, not that, Dina.
Good night, hon.
All right, that's not that Dina, meaning not the Dina that called earlier, because that was Dina. That was Dina. But that who just called was not that Dina. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I do just let people fucking rant. Maybe I need to be more of a dick. I'll try it this time. Here we go.
Call from
Rich.
You're on, Rich, but chat says I need to be more of a dick, so go fuck yourself. Bye. How's that, guys? Is that better? Is that better? Sorry, Rich. Sorry you had to be the sacrificial lamb for that little piece of entertainment.
call.
All right, well, fuck that person too.
Call from
AJ.
Oh my God. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
AJ.
AJ, what's up, AJ?
Just a couple of thoughts. First, I do think that this may be politically sort of the way that Morrissey's thinking. It is an election year. They needed somebody that had a little drive and excitement, right? Like Lolly was really lollying around. So I think that that's probably why they brought this guy in.
I like how you threw that little pun in there. That was really nice.
You like that thing.
So Lally's just kind of lallying around, and that's why they brought the new guy in, because it's a good political move. Michael Morrissey thinks it's a good political move. That's your theory?
Morrissey thinks it's a good political move for him, and everybody. In the
Why would he
DA's
think that it's a good political move for him?
Because it looks like he's doing something, right?
Okay.
Doing nothing just gets you more of the same.
All right, that's fair. I mean, yeah, sure, that's fair. But I mean, like, how could it be considered a good political move if he brings in, if he's letting people know that his office isn't sufficient enough, it isn't efficient enough to handle this, A, and B, that the person who he does bring in from the outside represented arguably the most hated person in Boston's history. Like, how could he possibly think that's a good political move?
Well, think about it this way. This guy comes in hated, right? Who is the person currently the most hated in the Boston area? You either love her or you hate her, right? Very divisive. So they're bringing in somebody hated to go up against the woman who's so hated by her opponent.
But the problem is most people support Karen Reed. Like, yeah, there's people who don't, but we've seen the people, we've seen the number difference, we've seen the ratio, we've seen it. There's a lot more people that support Karen Reed than people who don't. So, and Diane just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the numbers. I'll tell you, when I first heard about this case, way back when it first happened, I heard the thing, I saw some video, and I'm like, oh, so another girlfriend just went cray-cray, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie. Because that's my MO. Like, I just date crazy women who I'm shocked I'm still alive. I'm shocked I haven't been murdered by one of them. It's amazing, actually. But,
exactly. But in this case, then it wasn't until middle of last year that I was like, why am I hearing about this? Who is this? And I realized it's the same person that I made that snap judgment on, right? And now I'm like, there's no way she's guilty. I mean, it's so clear when those crash daddies were on there saying he wasn't hit by a car. It's not possible.
Right.
That should have been the end of it. So to know that it's not the end of it, you know how deep the corruption is, and it goes all the way up to Morrissey and the governor, right?
yeah, I mean,
It's
I'm not that quick to say the governor, but at the same time, I don't like this governor. I don't like her. I'll be honest. I'll say that much. But I'm not ready to say that she's part of the whole umbrella of corruption, But
yeah,
she could be. But I'm saying I don't know that. So.
At a certain point when your state is getting trashed all over the United States, don't you step in and go, we got people taking a look at this, and this is what we're doing, and you lay out something and you throw somebody in place. Look at what they did. They brought in somebody who, oh yeah, people are looking, but not in a good way. I'm down here in Texas. Why do I care? Because it matters what happens to Karen.
Yeah, it
does. It matters. I mean, that may be in Massachusetts. Don't think that can't happen down here in Texas. Absolutely, it could. It's anywhere where the Old Boys Network is. So we really kind of need to look at that. And I don't mean old boys in like, oh, we're just looking at men. I'm saying anybody who's in that chain, anybody who's made it to a place. I've also felt from the very beginning of the trial that the McCabe's and Albertsons, they got a little, I don't know, handshake with some kind of, I don't know, I'm not going to say mafia, but, some really organized people who throw parties or something. I don't know. Something's going on.
I mean, I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, when I'm with you with the whole, like, I don't know what's going on. I don't fucking know what's going on. But,
I just think there's too many relationships, and somebody's dipping their pen where they shouldn't in the wrong ink. And
yeah, I mean, I don't know about all of that. Oh God, just that when that comes up, I just immediately get a headache because I'm just like, man, now you're talking like
you're just talking about people being in other people's business when they shouldn't be. There's a whole lot of people that are in the middle of it. How did all these people who are witnesses but not witnesses?
It doesn't mean that a bunch of people are sucking and fucking each other, though. You know what I mean?
No, God, I don't go there. I'm way too old for my brain to think that way.
It's just everybody's. Everybody's people are.
But people are just getting into other people's business. There's a whole lot of witnesses that never should have been dragged up there. Where did they go? Aruba? Where was it that they went? I don't even remember. All those people, they don't need to come back. We don't need to hear that Karen had a little meltdown.
No.
A little jealous meltdown. We don't need to hear that.
No.
So what?
I mean, but that's what they're gonna do when they don't have a case. They're gonna dig up this shit and then try to convince the jury, look what she's capable of. But the best they can do is come up with that and then top it off with hey, she felt bad about it, so she offered to spend to pay for that person's remainder
Right.
stay on the vacation. Like what?
Yeah. Everybody in that group was so drunk every time they got around each other. I mean, face it, that was like a given, right? So they
Right.
go down there. She has a few. He has a few. The chick that he was mugging on evidently had a few, and everybody said things they shouldn't. Oh, okay, that happens on a daily basis. You know, drive down any suburban street.
Well,
and
right.
find
That's
hate
why it's
place
low
going
hanging.
on.
That's why it's low hanging fruit. Because, like, I mean, I could find anything
Right.
on anybody if I looked hard enough. It doesn't matter. Everybody's got skeletons. Everybody's got a time where they lost their temper. Everybody's got that shit.
Sure.
You know. So
Exactly.
anybody.
Only Karen's being raked over the coals and having all of this stuff thrown out there like she's a crazy psycho. She's not. She had a bad day and went home because she was mad at her boyfriend and left him at the party that he wanted to be at. And this is the result? That's crazy. So that's all. That's really all I'm saying. I just really have a problem with who they're bringing in, but I feel like they did it because they think it might help in their own reelection. It looks like they're doing something.
Oh, it's not
and
gonna.
So,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
know.
well, yeah, like I agree with you. Everything that you're saying is absolutely true, I believe. But the only thing is oh wait, is that Rich? Is that the right Rich? I hope that everything that I mean, everything that you're saying is true in theory. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to win this election, but there's no evidence that's new that they're going to come up with. That there's nothing about this that isn't going to be shady. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing about this. Basically, it's like, okay, Lally, you fucked up on framing this woman. Let me bring in somebody who can get the framing job done right. That's how it's
I think
coming
that's
off.
exactly what's going to happen. And
Right.
I think you have to stop short of saying there's no new evidence. Oh, trust me, something magically is going to happen before the next trial to give them something to work with. It will all be fabricated. But this attorney that's coming in, he's not stupid, right? So he's going to come in. He's either knows how to take it and twist it because he's already looked at it. He didn't take it without looking at it. So he knows where he can twist and turn, or he's like, I got a friend that can do this. And
Right.
suddenly there is evidence that's never been seen before. I'm just saying.
You're right.
Whitey would do it, right?
Yeah, that's
This attorney learned from the best.
right.
So,
All right. Hopefully,
Oh,
hopefully Rich is calling back. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you
Yeah.
for calling in.
it was fun. Thanks.
All right, bye. All right. Hopefully this is Rich. Let's see. Hopefully.
Call from ZM.
You're on. Who am I speaking with? No. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
This is Mike.
What's up, Mike? You're not Rich.
Hey, Claire.
What's
So,
up?
do you mind talking about the Enrique situation with the recruit?
I mean, as much as I can talk about it, sure.
So, it's a quick question. That's it, and then I'll step away. But like when you saw the press conference yesterday with the parents,
Mm-hmm.
do you think they wanted to be there? And I'll step away. But if you could answer, it'd be great.
As I understand it, oh well, we lost him. I guess I'll just have to take the next call then. Come on, Rich. Come on, Rich. Let's hope it's Rich. Rich or Norfolk DA. Totally.
Call from
Come on, Rich. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
It's Chad from up north, calling from Alberta.
What's up, Chad?
I was curious. Does this seem like a retaliation? Just to break her financially, knowing they can't win. Honestly, this is
that could be a strategy too. That's probably the most likely strategy now that I think about it. If I'm being honest, it's just a way to wear her down.
Yeah.
So she'll take a plea. Just break her bank. But I mean, I've got that's why me, and not just me, but a whole bunch of other creators. I've got Karen's defense fund pinned to the top of the chat. So if you're feeling generous and you want to give a nice big fuck you to Michael Morrissey and his bullshit efforts to frame an innocent woman, then donate to Karen Reed's defense fund.
Yeah. Can you remind me who Morrissey is? He's like the head DA or something?
He's the Norfolk County District Attorney. Adam Lally is an assistant district attorney, and he's the one prosecuting until now. So now he's sitting second chair to Hank Brennan, who defended Whitey Bulger.
This is crazy.
It's insane.
Do you think the I don't want to say it, the 3-letter agency that helped out is gonna come in with some more stuff here?
Hopefully. I mean, that's the thing is I think it's going to take some time. If they're trying to prosecute Morrissey, if they're trying to indict Morrissey, then they have to look at a lot of cases, a lot of investigations that his office was quarterbacking. So it's going to take some time, I think. So I am the epitome of patience when it comes to federal intervention into the Karen Reed case right now.
Yeah, it's quite infuriating. But thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good one, Chad.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Yuri's math teacher gifted 10 more memberships. Oh my God. Amazing. Amazing. You're amazing, Yuri's math teacher. And I think let's see. Yeah, Diane G gifted like 10 more memberships, which is awesome. Joseph Kane gifted 5 memberships. I'm not sure if I talked about that. Nobody's calling in because they want Rich to call in. That's amazing. Somebody call in. I know. Rich, if you're watching, I love you, buddy. It was all in good fun. All in good fun. Everybody's like, only Rich, though. All right, man. I mean, I got time for one more caller, but I guess if nobody, I think Rich fucked off, like I jokingly told him to. Unfortunately, it's a sad day. We mourn the loss of Rich. Okay, well. All right. Well, I guess if nobody else is going to call in. Oh. Almost called it there.
Call from
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Emily.
Hi, Emily.
How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Pretty good. Why do you sound different?
I don't know. Why do you sound different?
Okay, here comes the sarcasm.
I don't know what
So
sarcasm
anyway,
is.
so what gets me is I was a band member, or actually I was in the band at one point for somebody, and I didn't give a crap. I left the band twice because of my daughter.
What?
So
Oh, what do you play?
I actually sing mostly,
Okay, right on.
and I play guitar
Okay. All right. Anything
and
I would
piano.
know?
Well, oh geez, Girl Crush. I'm not good with names.
Okay, so your songs didn't have titles. You just listened by the music. Okay, cool.
I listen to everything,
Okay. All right.
but you sound English.
I sound English?
Yeah,
Wow.
I really want to see your facial expression. I got your paws on my phone right now.
Okay.
But anyways,
Can you sing
I
us a
was
couple
very
of bars, maybe, or no?
No, I'm not doing that. No,
Okay.
no, I haven't. I actually haven't sang in 2 years since I got divorced.
Is this Rich? Is this Rich
Rich?
trolling me?
No, I'm not.
This ain't Rich prank calling me right now.
No,
Rich,
I'm not trolling you.
what are you doing with your voice right now, Rich? How are you doing that?
Okay. Anyways,
Okay, Rich.
I want to know. Me as a girlfriend, I'm not a controlling type. But if she was really concerned, she was concerned because that is not like them, and it's just a little off to me. I
Okay,
I really
so
think she was concerned.
what's your question, Rich? Emily, sorry.
Okay, now I hear your accent. But for me as a girlfriend, I was never concerned. But if I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever time, I would be very concerned if my boyfriend, he was a boyfriend and a husband at one time, I'd be very concerned because normally I would hear him come in, I would hear everything, and him come to bed, and so
you would be concerned if you're
I would be very concerned
gotcha.
if I could not find him.
If you had okay. And so you wrote a song about this or
No, I don't
Okay.
write songs.
Okay.
I just sing them.
But you were in a band and
I really want to see your face right now, but I can't.
you were concerned about you would be you as a bandmate, you would be concerned about your boyfriend not coming home all night.
Yes. Well, and at even when I wasn't a bandmate,
Right.
and I stayed home because I had a kid.
So this is not a strictly musical. This is not gotcha.
No,
Okay.
no,
All right, I'm
no,
with
no,
you.
no. It's not strictly. No, it's not
What?
musical. I would.
Gotcha.
No, we were. I quit the band
Okay.
for several months. I went back to the band. Then I quit again. So But at the same time, I never expected anything because it takes time to break down as a band and stuff. But he wasn't in the band, so but he's a police officer. I'm
Okay,
just
so was he
not.
supposed to help you carry the drums and the cymbals and stuff?
No, I helped them
Okay. But the cop who was
because
not
all
in
I
the
had was a
band,
guitar.
the cop who was not in the
But
band didn't come
no,
home.
no. What I'm saying is,
I
though,
am 150,000% invested in this story. Please go on.
Oh, I am too. I am too. I'm curious. Was she really that insecure?
Right. Right.
I was never insecure.
Now, had Karen Reed been in a band where they sang songs she did not remember the titles to, she would not have been that concerned?
I don't know. That's the thing is, I'm just saying I was never that insecure. Karen Reed does not seem like she's insecure.
No.
She seems
No, I don't
very
think that. No.
independent.
Right.
She's got a job. She's got a house. She's got all this stuff going for her.
Mm-hmm.
So how is she insecure?
Exactly. Exactly. So do you think she'll be found guilty or not guilty on the charge of being insecure?
Insecurity?
Yeah.
No. No. No.
You think she'll be acquitted?
That's the thing is people don't think about these things. The
No, they
insecure
don't.
people,
You're right.
insecure people will.
Right.
Yes. They will think about that if they are insecure.
Right.
But I'm not insecure. If they, even if they cheat, they're going to cheat no matter what. You know,
Right.
whatever you do.
Exactly.
So I think she's really insecure about herself, and I don't think.
But I thought she wasn't insecure.
I mean, no, insecure. She's.
Would you like an attorney?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm nervous.
Okay.
I'm very nervous.
We all get nervous. I'm nervous too. You're making me really nervous.
I'm very nervous. I think she is secure about herself.
Right.
She has a job. She's got her own house. She has everything. Why would she need him? She's a beautiful woman. She is. I don't get it.
Me either. I guess we'll never know. All right, Emily, thanks for calling. I mean, Rich.
Sorry to bore you.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, hey, well, Gina here.
Gina, how
Oh
we
my
doing,
God.
Gina? Oh my God.
Well, I am watching you.
Okay.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Will.
No, you called me, Gina.
I did, Will.
Yeah.
I'm from Canton, Mass.
Okay.
I am from the same neighborhood as the poor John O'Keefe murder took place. So I'm very close to what's going on here. And a couple doors down from Rita. And I'm infuriated by what's going on with our select board and the way our town is being run.
I would be too.
I'm a third generation in this town. I have multiple properties and pay a lot of friggin' taxes in this town.
Really? Are you single?
I am single. Are you?
I was totally kidding. Please go on.
Oh, well, I wasn't kidding. You're adorable. I'm
That's
looking
what I
at your
get.
face
Fuck.
right now
What I get.
on my friend's computer. Anyways, I want to get a couple of things cleared here, okay?
Okay.
Because I keep hearing, you know, the Canton salute. All right, and it's not a Canton salute; it's an
Canton
Albert salute. All
You're
right.
talking about the Canton salute?
It's not a Canton salute. All right. I want the world to know this because that St. Albert do not represent Canton.
Okay.
I'm just saying I'm appalled that Chris Albert has.
So you're
stepped
saying you
down
don't
from
like
the
the fact
select board.
they're a poor example of your town, and you don't like the fact that this has been dubbed the Canton salute. Since you're from Canton, it's given you a bad name. You don't want to be tied up with people who just generally go around saluting people with their middle finger. I get it.
Absolutely.
I love it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm going to give you a middle finger if you deserve one. All right?
Get out of town. I did not get that impression at all.
No, it's just crazy. Really, really crazy. And I don't like. I used to be very proud of my town, and I would like to get back to being proud of my town.
Right on.
You know, but really, not the Canton salute. It really bothers me, and I am what they truly consider a townie.
Okay.
All
So
right?
you heard
And
it from
not the
Gina,
Albert,
folks. You heard
not
it from
the
Gina.
Albert.
Call it the Albert salute, not the Canton salute, if you can remember to do that. Now, I have no say in this. This is a request from a Canton townie who's asking if you guys could start referring to the Canton salute from now on as the Albert salute, so it doesn't give a bad name to those Cantonites who don't want to be associated with that.
I love that. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And if you are single, next time you're in Canton, please let me know.
Will do. All right. Have a good one.
You have a good night.
Bye-bye, Gina. Yeah, I did that to myself. That's my own fault. Next caller. Oh, I know he knows what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ. Dude, I don't even know if that could have been the same lady. But when we were sitting at the waterfall, there was this one lady, like all me and Aiden could do is just kind of look at our phones, like she was a lot. She was a lot. Hold on a second.
Call from
Daisha.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, this is Daisha from LFK.
Right on. How are you doing, Leisha from LFK?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Okay, just a couple things. I think that they had to bring Morrissey had to bring somebody in to replace Lally because either Lally was going to threaten to jump off a bridge if he had to do it again, or actually more likely, his first strategy, I said all along, is to bore him and baffle him with bullshit. And from what we know now, some of the jurors' thoughts and what was important evidence and what wasn't, and it worked the first time around. And the Karen Reed's defense team knows Bev's gonna stomp their dicks in the dirt at every turn, limit evidence, hour-long close. So they lawyers of their caliber are going to adapt, and I don't think Morrissey had another chance or has another choice but to bring somebody else in, because I don't know how Lally would be able to pull it off the second time around, if it should even go to that. I mean, we're not going to be hearing about a week of snow shoveling the apron and history of high tops at the waterfall, yada, yada, yada. So that's just kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with you. Turtle Boy, if you're listening still, I sent you a link. So Turtle Boy might join me on the panel. So this will be the last call I take.
One more quick thing, and then I'm going to let you go. It sounds like you've had a night.
No, yeah, it's fun.
No, my partner, my husband, teaches high school physics, and I'm from Lawrence, Kansas, and just so you know that a bunch of his freshman and sophomore physics classes got to see a clip, because my husband had to hear about me following the trial and, knowing as much as I did, but he didn't really get into it till I showed him Trooper Paul and Alan Jackson going back and forth. So he used clips of Paul on the stand going after him, teaching kinematics and equations and all this other stuff. So there's a bunch of high school kids in Kansas who know more than Trooper Paul does and thinks he's a real dipshit. And so that's it. But thanks for.
There's a lot of just a lot of scholars we've been dealing with in this case, man. It's kind of bizarre that I mean, he brings in somebody from the outside, but it's just like you're bringing in a mob lawyer. Cool, dude. That sounds awesome. It sounds like a great political strategy on your part, buddy.
We're going with Whitey's lawyer. Okay, awesome. Yeah, well, I'm just, Kansas has its own issues, and we've put a lot of shitbags on the world stage, but man, Massachusetts is really outdoing themselves. But
yeah,
thanks for what you do. Love your show.
Right on. All right. Thank you so much for calling.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. I closed the phone lines because Turtle Boy asked for a link, so I sent him one. So we're just waiting on him to join us. So I'll just look over chat in the meantime. Fun stuff. Yeah. Sometimes you get those weird nights with callers. Sometimes that happens, man. And again, Rich, nothing personal, buddy. I'm sure you're an awesome person. It was just a bit. That's all it was. It's just something to get the chat to laugh a little bit. No hard feelings, buddy. I hope you get through next time I open the phone lines. Right on. Rich is cool, man. I mean, yeah, there was this one. Yeah, when here we go. Hold on. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. What's going on, man?
Chilling, man. It's good to talk to you again.
Likewise. This is. I'm just laughing so hard right now, watching the reaction to this from the McAlbert Mafia on Twitter. Like, this is like some, now we got her. Like, bro.
I love it.
The facts of the case aren't going to change. Like, nothing's going to matter. And, like, what they don't realize is, like, Lally was actually somewhat effective last time. But somehow, Lally's, like, plan of boring them to sleep, that was the only thing that could possibly save them. Like, apparently. It's like, and now that's gone. Like, I compared it to, like, football before. It's like, this is like, Zach Wilson getting benched for Aaron Rodgers. Like, bro, you fucking suck. And we ain't going to war with you anymore, bro. Here's a clipboard. Stand on the sidelines like a fucking idiot. Go make sure the bench doesn't fly over.
Right.
That's Lowry's
Right.
new job. A very expensive backup.
And they don't understand. They're like, because Plevin's whole argument is, oh, well, Lally just did a bad job prosecuting. Like, no, our argument is always the same. He never had a case. So it doesn't matter if you give the worst fucking wide receiver the ball and the fastest wide receiver the ball and the slowest wide receiver the ball. The problem is that there's no ball. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you can't what good is a fucking wide receiver if you don't have a ball to throw to them?
Right. And they're going to have to, this is the first of many substitutions to come. Trooper Paul is not going to be on their list this time. They'll be on the defense list because he was priceless. Right. But Michael Proctor is not going to be on their list anymore. I just don't envision what these people think is going to happen this time around. And we're excited. We got a mob lawyer. Him and Kevin Reddington represented Whitey Bulger's girlfriend, so they got the whole mob.
Right. Why in the fuck does Michael Morrissey think this is a good look? Like, is he just like playing, throwing a kamikaze here and just like saying fuck it? What is he doing?
Yeah, and this guy, Hank Brennan, it's like he does not. I find it hard to believe he doesn't know what he signed up for. The trolls are already freaking out. They're like, oh my God, he's going after his family. I'm pointing out that his wife's a clerk in Roxbury. She's another hack. And yeah, that's what's going to happen. Like, these people have put themselves out there, right? And like, oh yeah, they don't go after our family. They never prayed about our families. God forbid. They're so fucking above that. I forgot about that. No, they sign up. This guy chose to sign up to participate in pure evil. Like, that's what this fucking is. This is pure evil. He's like, yeah, I sign me up. Just give me a cash for a fucking whole bunch of silver pieces and whatever. Just throw in piece of shit, obviously. And if he wants to get some, he can get some. Like, that's not a threat. That's just saying, like, we are going to point out what a fucking piece of shit you are, because you have to be a piece of shit to sign up to participate in evil. Okay, you fucking
you're a
suck.
high
You're a bad person, Hank Brennan. And
you're a high-profile lawyer who just signed on to the most high-profile case in Massachusetts. On top of the fact that now, to piggyback off of what you're saying and why he's a piece of shit, the fact is that this whole case is based on corruption, all of it. So to go and take it on, and you're going to know the ins and outs and take on this case, you are a dirty motherfucker. There is no way that you could say that you have integrity as an attorney and take on prosecuting this case. You can't do it.
Exactly. Like, does he need the money? That's what I don't get. It's like, why would anybody choose this case of all cases? Have you not read the room? Have you not seen where popular public opinion lies on this topic? It's like 90-10. You are participating. You're going to be the new villain. Like, you signed up to be the fucking Bond villain. Like, you're a bad guy. And like, nobody, like, I didn't know who the fuck you were before this. I'd never heard of you before. This is going to be your legacy. This is all anyone will ever fucking remember you for, is the fact that you signed up to prosecute and participate in a lynching of a woman who is and everyone with the brain out there where anything knows it. And it's like, bro, you're doing this. Why? For what? Like, and I look at, it's like, at least with my case, Ken Mello needed the work. Like, he needed what's this guy's excuse?
Right. Right. It's just like, and this is just more Morrissey shit. You know what I mean? Like, everything Morrissey has done has been shady. Anything that this guy's doomed from the get-go because he is a product of Morrissey's actions. Morrissey is being investigated by the federal authorities for a good reason. And the fact that he's now hiring an independent, he's not independent, sorry, but he's hiring an outside, contracting an outside attorney who's known for defending the most notorious mob boss in Boston's history. And you think this is a good look. This only proves that Michael Morrissey is corrupt. He can only trust a dirty motherfucker to pull this off. He's not looking to prosecute Karen Reed. He's not looking to get justice. He's looking for somebody who is willing to get their hands dirty to pull off a dirty job.
And when he represented Bulger, he was famous for cross-examining Stephen the Rifleman Fleming. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He went after him hard. And that guy's a mobster. He's like a piece of shit. He's a bad guy. So, like, it's easy to tear apart someone like that. This guy's got to tear apart Lucky Lochran. Like, who doesn't like Lucky Lochran? Like, you're
Everybody likes that guy. Yeah, I see what you're breaking up real bad. Like you're going through bad service.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear
No,
me?
you're good. You're good.
I'm driving. Sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. But no, I get your point. What you're saying is this dude is sorry, I had a brain fart there. I have those sometimes. I was totally about to piggyback off of your thought because I was actually ranting about it earlier.
Tim Albert's house is on fire, apparently.
What?
1473 Washington Street in Canton. There's an alert on Twitter. It's on fire. So they have 3 towns fire engines going to put it out right now.
Oh my God!
I guess what they couldn't bury in the pool, they got to burn. I don't know.
What?
What they're doing. But that's a shame. That's a goddamn shame that's happening. Hey, somebody said it's like an attic fire. Oh, if that was Plevin's house, he would be dead. Thank God, all the wicker would be burned. I am so done with that fucking clown. I ripped it to him saying,
I read the tweet. Yeah, it was fucking great. I lost my shit. The wicker comment, I put me over. I was dying.
They're like, oh, you're attacking him for you're attacking his cancer. It's like, no, I'm attacking him for not dying of cancer because he said fucking like 7 years ago that he was terminal and he raised thousands of dollars off it and he said he had 5 years to live. Here we are 7 years later. If that's not a scam, I don't know what the fuck is. Like,
terminal means terminal. Terminal means you're not going into remission. Terminal means that's it. There's a prognosis. You're done. It's over.
Yeah.
That's what terminal means.
Exactly. And it's like, it seems plenty. He claims he's being kept alive by some fucking magical pill every day. That Kevin, let me tell you, when we used to go out, when I was like, Kevin's probably like 15 years older than me. And we used to go to this shady bar in Worcester that he owned called Leitrim's. We go there like every Friday and Saturday night. And all the friggin', Assumption College girls that go there, a lot of girls with fake IDs and shit like that. It was like, a sketchy fucking bar where you go when you were 21. Plevin was like the 36-year-old creepy. He had a full head of hair back then. He was like the 36-year-old creepy dude who just kind of stood at the bar and gawked. And he had an apartment upstairs. He lived upstairs. And I heard horror stories about what it was like inside that fucking apartment. Like, it was like complete fucking chaos, never cleaned up. You could just imagine what Plevin's apartment looks like. Like, that's when I saw it on YouTube one day, I'm like, that's the fucking guy? That's the Leitrim's guy? Holy shit. And they liked him at first. Like, at first he was saying nice things about me, and then when I called him a fence sitter, and then he became Plevin.
That's what happened. It's pure spite. That's pure spite. Okay,
he was on our side. He was definitely like on our side, making comments that made it seem like he believed in the cover-up, but he would never just come out and say it. And finally, I got frustrated with one time. I'm like, bro, stop sitting on the fence. And then he went full McAlbert, and then he was Plevin.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
God, like it's everybody's got this I hate Turtle Boy story that turns out to be the base, the base of their argument against Karen Reed. It's really funny. Like I'm waiting for someone to come along and be like, this is why she did it. And I go, fuck,
Yeah.
The issue is the issue is that there's no evidence against Karen Reed. I've been following this case long enough now to where I'm waiting. I waited an entire trial. I went through a trial. I feel no reason why jurors would come forward and lie, so they failed to prosecute their case against her because they failed to have the evidence. And the tail light, they've got one tail light, and then they've got a picture of Karen Reed's tail light driving away with maybe a little piece missing from Meadows, where John lived. So maybe this little tiny piece missing, but then fucking dude pulls out a tail light piece this goddamn big on the stand in the trial, and you're like, wait a second, it's crazy to me. So all this is telling me, this new prosecutor is okay. Lally failed to frame this woman properly. Let's see if we can get a dirtier, more experienced dirty fuck to come in here and do it.
And how offensive is this to the taxpayers? Like that, this is like the
right.
police. Like, you know what I mean? If there was a murder in your town and the police are like, we can't investigate this, we're going to hand it off to some private fucking organization and they're going to solve it. Like, we're going to hire a private investigator to solve the murder in town. Like, no, this is the government. We pay taxes specifically so you'll do this. Like, there's no conflict. Right. There's no conflict. There's no reason to tap out of this one. It's unheard of. And like, I'm sorry, but Lally's not the only ADA in that office. There are plenty of others. What is he saying here? That I literally do not employ anyone who is capable of convicting this woman, even though they claim that the evidence is overwhelming in their favor. It should be a fucking slam dunk, right? So why don't they have anyone in the office that can do this? This is offensive to the taxpayers. It's offensive to all of us. Like Mark Bettero said in the tweet, like, she will never be convicted. So all you're doing is just throwing away more of our money on this goddamn sham.
While telling the world that you are railroading this woman, because there's no case against her. Everyone can see it at this point, and you're hell-bent on convicting her. Why? If you don't have a case and it's established already in one trial, then you say, hey, all right, the prosecution rests. That's it. We're done,
Yeah. Do you think they I don't know. Sometimes I don't know about them if they really truly believe they're going to get a conviction. Like, I don't know what they believe, and you know what I mean? Like, how can they? Like, Paul O'Keefe might believe it because he's fucking stupid. But like the rest, like the DA's office, they've been around cases before. They know what probable cause looks like. They know what a hard sell is, and they have to know that the odds of convicting her are extremely slim, don't they?
I would think so. I can't see how you wouldn't think that. I never went to law school, and it's just plain as day to me. So, and every attorney, and one might say, well, it's because you're not a lawyer. Okay, fair enough. Then why is it that every fucking attorney that I hear talk about this case says that this shouldn't have even went to trial in the first place? So,
yeah, you know who else isn't a lawyer? The 12 people on the jury aren't lawyers either, and they're the ones that are going to fucking decide it. So, it's fucking stupid. Regular people will hear this stuff.
To answer your question, I feel like the safest thing to assume is what was stated in the defense's motion to disqualify Michael Morrissey, which is he just wants a win, and he thinks that if he gets the conviction on Karen Reed, that it will vindicate him with the federal authorities who are investigating him. So I don't know how that would actually do that necessarily.
I get what you're saying, but he doesn't even need to win for that. He just has to keep trying, because it would almost be more shady to the feds if he just threw in the towel. It's like, we give up, because it would be like a sign that, like, yeah, we knew this whole thing was bullshit.
Well, that's the trap that he's in right now. So what's really funny, it brings me to this question, because the trap that he's in right now is if he throws in the towel, then it looks like he never had a case in the first place, right? It validates the investigation on him. But if he continues that, it still kind of makes him look corrupt, like he's trying to railroad her for sure. But at the same time, now on top of this, when you have all of these things factored in, you have, Michael Morrissey. Why would he choose that lawyer if he's going to go this route and hire an outside scab to handle the case? Then why the most notorious mob lawyer in the history of Boston?
Well, you know what? It might be time to do some public records requests, because I guarantee you, Michael Morrissey, if he's going to solicit, he had to find another attorney, right? Which means he needs to email them, call them. Are you interested in this? And here's the thing. I know as a fact, and we haven't dropped this yet, but I'll give you a hint. I know as a fact that Michael Morrissey uses a burner email to conduct government business. Don't ask me how I know that, but I know that, and it's going to be coming out in the future. So we're going to do a public records request to see who he was talking to, how many different attorneys he
So he's
tried
Hillary.
to get on this. Yeah,
So he's Hillary.
basically, yeah. Yeah, basically he's Hillary, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So, but, stay tuned. All I got to say is, as far as that, in my case, stay tuned. Thursday's gonna
give
be
us a
interesting.
little. Now that I got you up here, give me a little update, whatever you can, on your case. Anything new that you could talk about?
Oh, yeah. So
that you
it's
can
really
talk
hard.
about.
You know that I like to talk, and it's really hard for me.
Right. Well, and I'm not trying to trick you into it.
Yeah.
Just,
I know you're not, but I have to be disciplined. So better will kill me. But we have a whole strategy here, and let's just say Thursday is going to be. You're going to want to watch Thursday because a whole bunch of shit's coming out that we have not put out. Let's just put it that way.
Right on. Yeah, I love it. I'm really excited to see how that turns out. So yeah, man. I'm actually I heard you say yesterday you were going to be in Chicago for the Notre Dame game, and I'm actually going to be there for Riot Fest this weekend.
Riot
so
Fest?
I don't.
What's a Riot Fest?
Riot Fest is it's a music festival that takes place every year there.
Sounds dangerous.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't take the word riot literally. Don't jinx me, man.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Because it is Chicago, but hopefully, I don't know, man. If I'll send you a message or something.
Riot Fest was it George Floyd? Was it George Floyd's birthday? What the fuck?
No. It's a music festival, and it's a 3-day event. And I used to try to go. My cousins live out there, so it's just something that we like to do if we can. And I haven't done it in years, and so I was able to do it this year, so I'm going to do it.
It's just we're flying into Chicago because South Bend doesn't really have like an airport, so you either got to go to Indianapolis, Detroit, or Chicago. Chicago's the closest, so we're going to Notre Dame. So take
okay.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah. So probably won't for you. But I mean, I based on how this will go, then I do plan on going to Boston for. I want to attend one of these standouts. I hate that I'm missing the one tomorrow. But
I'll be there tomorrow. I'll definitely be there tomorrow.
But I'll be headed to Chicago tomorrow. So,
awesome.
but my next trip after this one is definitely going to be Boston. That's the plan. That's the idea. So I just haven't.
Come back. I would come back during the trial. Like you got last. Hopefully it's in the big courtroom this time. I mean, I don't know if Karen Reed's team will go for that because it's really important to see these dirtbags' faces when they testify. But Karen will get you in. She'll make sure you get in.
Yeah. I mean, if I can, sure, but that wouldn't be. I mean, if I can, I'll make multiple trips to Boston. I mean, it seems like we're gonna be here a while, dude. It looks like there's a lot going on here because I mean, it's at this point, it's not just Karen Reed, it's you, it's Sandra Birchmore. Now it's possibly Enrique. So
it's 4 more people charged with witness intimidation potentially,
and 4 more people.
Yeah.
Wow. So this is what they do. They can't they can't charge the Canton 9. They can't move forward with that case. So what did they go and they charge 4 new people? The fuck is that?
Yeah, like they're like, well, the Canton 9 didn't work out, so these people sent a Facebook message to Jennifer McCabe. Let's try them. I mean, this is so horrible that these people think that, like, how are fiscal conservatives like not offended by this? That this is what your tax dollars are going towards. Like, you work hard every day, and they take 40% of your fucking paycheck, and this is it's not going to schools or roads, and it's going to fucking Bukakis. Search for fucking little old ladies in Rockland sending Facebook messages to some cunt named Jennifer McCabe who killed a man. Like, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah. I mean, I just don't like this whole leave those innocent people alone. You don't have any proof. Bullshit. Dude, I watched that woman lie on the stand. I saw the Celebrate. I mean, and that's going to be fun because, yeah, better believe I'm going to be following and covering every development in that Brian Walsh case simply because I'm so interested to find out what they plan on doing when how they plan on trying to use Celebrate data and convince the jury how reliable Celebrate data is when the defense is going to easily be able to tell the jury that this same prosecution thought that Celebrate data wasn't reliable in another trial. So
right.
I'm going to be real interested to see how they pull that shit off. And here's the thing, you know, I veered off there, but Jennifer McCabe making that search to me is gospel. She did that shit. I can't think of, this is the very first and only case that I've ever seen a prosecution try to discredit Celebrate and its credibility. I can't, I've never seen that. And I followed so many other cases. I've covered so many trials where Celebrate data turns out to be very damning, and a jury will hear that shit and go, oh shit.
And not just Celebrate data, Apple Health data too.
Apple Health data, yeah.
And that's one thing that I pray to God that the defense is going to have an expert from Apple at their next one, because the most underrated thing in all this is that there is Apple Health data showing that John O'Keefe went up and down 3 flights of stairs, and the only explanation that the Commonwealth could offer for that is that he was driving on a street which was completely flat, and he was moving his phone up and down. Like, that's what they fucking said. Like, the defense needs to have, like, we all know that sounds fucking stupid, but we need apparently you need an expert to explain how stupid that is. And I'm told that at the last trial, they had trouble finding tracking down someone from Apple. You can just go to the Solomon fucking Pond Mall and get one of those nerds down there. They'll explain it for you. I'm sure it's not brain surgery to figure out, like, okay, well, how does this thing know I'm going up and down the stairs? Get someone to testify, and it's game over. That puts him in the house, and it's fucking done. I mean, that's, to me, the most underrated piece of evidence in this whole thing is the up and down 3 flights of stairs thing.
Yeah, it's not touched on enough. It's not talked about enough. Because you actually went that day that that debacle happened in front of CF McCarthy's. You actually went and tested that, right?
Yep.
And I mean,
we tested it. We had 3 phones in the car, man. 3 phones, and not like one of them.
It's so easy.
Flight of stairs.
Right. I mean,
those
how would they
do every flight of stairs that I took that day? It was crazy.
That's, I mean, and it's mind blowing to me too, because it's like they want to discredit you so bad, and it's telling because you're the guy who just does the simplest thing, which is, okay, well, they say that he went up and down this hill and this hill. I'm going to drive over there, and I'm going to turn on my phone. I'm going to bring this phone with me and this phone with me, and we're going to find out. So, that's where I'm at, is like they seem to be totally obsessed with discrediting you. And
yeah, I mean, they can. I don't need to be an expert to do that experiment, and I did it, and I hope they called me as a witness, and I would just tell them, no, like, see, I videotaped the whole thing. Here it is. Clearly, this is inaccurate. I'm not a fucking expert on how this works, but I do have an iPhone, so fucking there's that. I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express with it last night, and I went up and down a fucking street, and it didn't show me going up and downstairs. So, case closed. Columbo up at this bitch.
Right. I mean, right. So, like, my question, I was going to, this made me think of it because I've been ranting and raving about it. Now I got you up here. Like, why do you think mainstream media won't credit you for certain findings? Like, they'll talk about you and they'll refer to you as the controversial blogger, but they won't ever credit you for the things that we know it was you who actually discovered and made public.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? They'll always talk about how, he's got these felony witness intimidation charges, because the media has been trained to just, if it's not an official court document or a press release from a government institution, it's like it never happened, And so, like, here I am doing this stuff, and it's like they're kind of afraid to cite it because their corporate masters will say, well, I don't know if we can do that. Are we allowed to do that? Are we allowed to cite him? I don't know. But they all read it. Ted Daniel reads it. Sue O'Connell reads it. Like, they get it. And I know as a fact, because I worked with these people for 2 months, that they read it and that they appreciate it and they value it, but they're not the ones making
because that was them in their college days. That was them in their college days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, they read it, but see, I'm of the opinion, and tell me if you disagree, but to me, it just boils down to simple, supply and demand, competition. If they praise you for discovering these things and credit you and don't minimize you as the controversial blogger, well, then there's the risk of inspiring people to go out and be little turtle boys,
right?
And then
they don't want
that.
They don't want
that competes with them,
Right.
So,
right.
so.
I mean, like, I think I need to work. That's why I was happy to this whole trial. Like, I got to actually meet these people and work with them. And they're actually, I think much more highly of them than I used to. Like, I like Ted. I like Sue. And Sue was somebody I didn't like before, but she's just like a regular person.
Same here.
And a lot of
she grew on me, man. I like Sue O'Connell a lot.
And so it's just like, so now I'm in a position where I can DM them tips and like let them know about what's going on, and they take me a little more seriously, I think, than they used to as a result of this case. So I think, I don't want to make want to make the mainstream media like my enemy or anything like that. Like, I should be working with them and vice versa.
That's what I think too.
They do have a function. Like,
because every time, and anybody, because like I'll trash mainstream media, but anybody here who's watched me can attest to the fact that I always give them the benefit of the doubt at first. I'm always like, come on, Boston 10, or come on, Boston 25. I'm even like, come on, Court TV. And then Court TV always shits the bed. But Boston 10, Boston 25, they're hit or miss. Boston 5 always shits the bed. But Court TV always does too. And I'm not trying to get you to say anything bad about nobody. I'm just saying.
Court TV does that. I'll say nothing but horrible things. Dude, they have Plevin on, and they have fucking Kofendouche on, and Wendy Murphy, and Krusty Panties, and the fake victim on. They had the Krusty Panties and the fake victim for 10 fucking minutes. And Botox Julie Grant, and who just amazing video, by the way, with Microdotch. I had no fucking clue that she used to be kind of team FKR, and then something fucking it's just this disinformation campaign that we attacked the O'Keefes. Like, that is what turned a lot of people, is this fucking lie, like the very fine people lie, right? The Trump very fine people lie. It's the same fucking thing, that he's booing the O'Keefes, he's a bad person. No, motherfucker, we were booing Carl Dougal, and eventually Carl Dougal hid behind the O'Keefes like a fucking coward, and we didn't stop booing him as a result of that. Like, that's what it comes down to. We just booed Carl by himself at first, and Carl didn't like that, so we rolled in with Paul O'Keefe on September 15th, and we still booed his ass. But we weren't booing Paul, we were booing Carl, because he deserved to be booed because he's a cuck.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, agreed. And then after the fact, Carl Dougal proves it by assaulting Karen Reed in the hallways of the courthouse. So, I mean,
it's funny watching those earlier videos. I was watching them on the show last night, and you see Grant and Carl in like the first week or two of the trial, and you're like, oh, both those guys ended up getting banned from the court for the rest of the fucking trial. Like, losers.
I mean, this is what I can't wait to see. Like, I want to see a Netflix documentary series that's covering all of those things, like all of the deep inside of what was going on just outside of the courthouse, the journalists who were trying to get a seat. I want to see footage of Grant Smith Ellis. I want to see footage of you. I want to see footage of oh my God, why is her first Jess Machado? Her first name was Sylvia. I was about to call her Jen Machado. Yeah, I want to see all of this footage of the stuff that we go over every time there's a trial. We'll watch Tom outside. You know, there's so much, you know, where you can see. That's what's crazy is how can Court TV and other mainstream media outlets get away with painting the free Karen Read movement as you know, negative and vile and rabid and blah blah blah, when there's no footage of this. The closest thing to it is the footage that you just mentioned, that you just explained what happened, and you know, and yet nobody cares to know the truth. I mean,
right.
These people in blue shirts show up, you know, out of nowhere towards the end, and then get all this press, and then you're like, what the fuck? What about all these people that have been out here, the hundreds of people that have been out here every single day? What do you mean?
Yeah, well, we know the truth. You know, the fact of the matter is, anybody who's seen this sees how vastly outnumbered these people are. They just showed up. All of them have some fucking story about how Turtle Boy fucking, you know, wrote about their grandmother or dumped them or whatever, exposed them in fucking 2016. Every single one of them. So,
but some of those people even come around. I have one of the persons who told one person who told me about the Karen Read case. She's a Massachusetts local, and she told me that you wrote about a friend of hers or something like that. She hated you for it, but then when she started following this case, she's, you know, she's logical enough and rational enough to go, the shit checks out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the dude, he's on point with everything he's saying, you know?
Yeah, you know, Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks, we didn't really get along before this because we're opposite sides politically, you know?
Right.
But it just unites people, this whole thing, except for douchebags and the crazy people, you know, like Kimberly Fair, like people like her, who their whole lives have been like, fuck the police, we need reform, Black Lives Matter, bullshit. Now they're just like, yeah, state authority, go, yeah, we love you, cops.
Right.
Fucking, you know?
Yeah, dirty or clean, we love you. Like, wait a second.
Yes.
No.
It's like these people don't really, like the Mike Crawfords of the world stand for something. The Kimberly Fairs of the world don't. That's all it comes down to at the end. They just don't like me, and that's it. You know, so.
Right.
Anyway,
Exactly.
I gotta get going. But hopefully we see some people there at the State House tomorrow, 11 to 2. Making our voices heard. I'll be out there. Hopefully we see some turtle riders, and looking forward to it.
All right. Turtle Boy, anybody who followed me from back in the day, who's I don't, unless you've been living in a cave, but let everybody know where they can find you, buddy.
TBDailyNews.com or at Dr. Turtle Boy on Twitter. Everybody knows, though. You're watching this show. We all have the same communities. Everyone knows.
Exactly.
Everyone
I just like to be thorough if I can.
Yeah, exactly. Good guy. All right. I'll talk to you later, Will.
Have a good one, bud. All right. Dr. Turtle Boy himself, y'all. Always good to talk to Aiden. Yeah, man. So
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Roby, thank you so much. Turtle Boy wrote about my estranged brother-in-law. It was 100% accurate. Right on. Yeah, I mean, the dude's trying to make a name for himself as a independent journalist, and he has intelligence. So he's not going to make a name for himself for being a total idiot and inaccurate. And he's going to want his reputation to precede him. He's going to want to be able to have some credibility when covering future cases. This is a very big case. This is a very big story for him. He's not going to fuck it up by just throwing a bunch of bullshit around. So, and unfortunately, he's the only person. I'm not saying that. I should word it differently. Unfortunately, there are no mainstream media outlets that we could count on to give us all of the facts. So we have Turtle Boy, and I'm grateful for that. Yeah, and I was gonna log off, but we need to find out what the hell this is about. All right, so this is from Canton firefighters. Local 1580. We are currently operating at a working house fire at 1473 Washington Street. Attic fire. One hose line stretched and operating. I don't know what that means. Ladder one, ambulance. So one ladder, two ambulances, 5 cars. Or no, ambulance. Ladder one, ambulance 2, and car 5. Norwood engine 6. Sharon ladder 1 responding to the scene. Stoughton engine to cover our station 1. Please avoid the area while we are on the scene. Wow. Yeah, I know, Tom CPU. That's what we're looking at. What's up, buddy? Dude. So I'm just looking at anything that I can find on this right now. This is fucking crazy. I hope everyone's okay. But I also really hope that if there was evidence that could exonerate Karen Reed, that didn't go up in there either. But how would the attic catch on fire? That's weird. Unless there are like some kids up there just like smoking weed, bunch of kids up there smoking weed. Rich, my man, Rich. Lally and Plevin ripping butts 100 feet from the police station directly across the street. Let me see if it's fucking crazy. All right, let's hear what Boston 10's let's see what Boston 10's coverage on this is, what they say about the new prosecutor. And then
a new prosecutor is leading the case against Karen Reed in her second murder trial in January. Norfolk County is going with an outside hire, a lawyer who once represented Boston mob boss Whitey Bulger.
NBC 10's Kirsten Glavin live in Dedham for us with details on the big change in this high-profile case. Kirsten?
Yeah, there will be a brand new face, new to the courtroom here, and that is a serious change. He comes with a lot of very serious legal experience. Then again, so does Karen Reed's defense team.
Right.
With just about 4 months to go until the retrial of Karen Reed, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office announcing they've tapped attorney Hank Brennan as a new special prosecutor. Brennan, who has more than 25 years experience in state and federal courts, will serve as special assistant district attorney alongside the previous trial team. In a statement, Brennan saying in part, "I have two core obligations. The first is to make certain that Karen Reed receives a fair trial. Ms. Reed will receive the dignity and fairness that every defendant deserves in our criminal justice system. The second is to ensure that the facts surrounding John O'Keefe's death are fully and fairly aired in the courtroom without outside influence. I guarantee that I will work tirelessly with the trial team to prepare this case for trial in January of 2025. Brennan, not new to high-profile cases, representing James Whitey Bulger in his federal murder trial in Boston. Karen Reed is accused of hitting and killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her SUV back in 2022.
Hank is a very talented lawyer who is very well received by juries. He's got a very down-to-earth style that I think will be warmly received by the jury.
NBC 10 Boston legal analyst Michael Coyne says Attorney Brennan will bring a fresh perspective to the trial, likely with a shorter and crisper line of questioning. He'll face off against Reed's high-profile attorney team next year.
What we should be looking for is another extraordinarily interesting trial. And if I were the defendants, lawyers and the defendant herself, this would concern me that they're beefing up their resources and moving forward aggressively to try this case.
Now, concern is the right word, but don't mistake that with scared. I would be concerned too. This is an unprecedented move by Michael Morrissey. This is something that I doubt Yannetti and Jackson and Little and Weinberg have ever had to deal with before. I doubt that they've ever had to deal with this. But I'm not going to, I mean, when you say things like concerned, it's real easy to confuse that with scared. Because yes, of course, they're going to look at this. It's never been done before. This is definitely a curveball, but we're talking about Jackson and Yannetti and Little and Weinberg here. They're gonna kick ass. And what a good move that they brought on Weinberg. Now I don't think that I mean, I don't know how much he's going to play into this particular trial. But I like that he's part of the team now. I like that he's part of the team now. But this isn't a point of concern in the way that people might think, like, oh no, they're beefing up their resources, like this guy's talking about. They're beefing up their resources, so we got to be okay. Yeah, they're definitely beefing up their resources, but the problem is that the main resource, which is their case, is lacking. So this is not that big of a deal. This is just, okay, they have to adjust to somebody's new style here. They've got to know their enemy. That means they got to do a little homework on dude who defended Whitey Bulger. That's all this means. But I you know, cause for concern in the most literal sense, yes. Absolutely.
Probably slightly differently than they did last time, but that's necessary if they want to obtain a conviction.
Now, we did reach out to Karen Reed's defense team for their response to this move by the Commonwealth. We haven't heard back just yet. We're live outside of Norfolk Superior Court tonight. I'm Kirsten Glavin, NBC 10 Boston.
And NBC 10 Boston is your home for any developments on the Karen Reed murder trial. Scan the QR code on your screen to access our digital coverage. You can also go to NBC10Boston.com/Karen Reed. We will continue to follow it closely for you throughout the weeks and months ahead.
All right.
office has hired a private defense
Let's see what
attorney
they
to
say.
lead the case. Hank Brennan will take over as lead prosecutor on this case. Thank you for joining us tonight on the news at 8. I'm Courtney Cole. Now, Brennan once defendant Whitey Bulger. WBZ's Tammy Mutasa joins us live in studio tonight with reaction from the Reed defense team. Tammy?
Well, Courtney, this is definitely a surprise move in this sensational case, but some legal experts say it is a smart move given the drama and who the new lead attorney will be.
When Karen Reed goes back to court for her highly anticipated second trial in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, the prosecution will be led by a new attorney known for handling high-profile cases, Hank Brennan.
We had a client who was willing to take the stand, implicate himself, and for some reason the government didn't want him to testify.
This was him in 2015 defending infamous mob boss Whitey Bulger in a bid for a new trial. The Norfolk County DA's office says it hired the private defense attorney who brings more than 25 years of experience in state and federal courts.
This is the right move, but it's also a very smart move.
In a statement, Brennan says, "I assume full responsibility and all obligations for prosecuting this case and will do so meticulously, ethically, and zealously without compromise." Adding that he wants to make sure Reed gets a fair trial and that the facts surrounding John O'Keefe's death are fully and fairly aired without influence. WBZ legal analyst Jennifer Roman says the move makes sense with the increased scrutiny on the DA's office and the Massachusetts State Police, which investigated O'Keefe's death.
The prosecution needed a fresh pair of eyes, number one. Number two, they needed to distance themselves from all of the drama that's going on internally with other Norfolk County investigators. They needed to pursue this investigation and this trial with the...
I mean, what the fuck is this lady talking about? Bro, okay, let me, because hold on. Did she really just say that? She didn't really just say that. Hold on. No. Because she just said, all right, I feel like she just said that this is good for the prosecution because there's no influence of the drama with the investigators. The investigators are the case. What do you mean? That's their case. Hold on.
Number one. Number two, they needed to distance themselves from all of the drama that's going on internally with other Norfolk County investigators. They needed to pursue this investigation and this trial with the utmost of integrity.
Reed's defense attorney sent us a
Okay,
statement.
they can't. Okay, this is the problem. I love this. That's great. I love that a lawyer just sat up there and just said one of the stupidest things that I've ever heard anybody say. She's saying, well, they need to distance themselves from these investigators, which is basically she's saying we need to distance ourselves. They need to distance themselves from the corrupt part of this investigation. The problem is that they're not doing that. They are the corrupt part of this investigation. That's the issue here. The Norfolk County DA's office is the corrupt part of this investigation. The Massachusetts State Police. Now, I don't know, but the investigators who are tasked with the responsibility of collecting the evidence that is to be used to prosecute and convict Karen Reed, well, the integrity of those investigators is now shot. All of those investigators, all of which are now under internal affairs investigation. So please explain to me, legal expert, how this is going to be a good thing for them. That if they're planning on distancing themselves from these investigators and still prosecuting this case, how are they going to effectively explain how they obtained the evidence that they're going to use to prosecute and convict Karen Reed? How? And you brought in a mob boss lawyer, a mob lawyer. You bring in a mob lawyer. And I love how people are saying this is a good thing. Again, Twilight Zone shit, people. Twilight Zone shit. There is no way. I can't imagine a planet, because I'm living on one, which is what makes it so crazy. I'm apparently living on a planet that I can't imagine existing, where a legal expert will sit on the news and say that hiring a mob lawyer is a good thing because they get to use this to distance themselves from the corruption involving this case. All right.
Statement saying the news that Michael Morrissey has decided to use taxpayer funds to hire an outside lawyer to prosecute this case speaks volumes about his confidence in his own team. Right now, Reed is appealing 2 of her charges, arguing the deadlocked jury internally agreed to acquit her of second-degree murder and leaving the scene before the mistrial. But Reed's second trial is still scheduled in January with all 3 charges, including manslaughter.
It's too early to tell what's going to happen in January. It's really going to depend on how the evidence comes in. You know, different jury, different prosecutor. Who knows?
Now, the lead prosecutor in the first trial.
That lady just basically went on TV and went, different jury, different prosecutor. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about up here. Okay, bye. That's totally what she just fucking did. Who knows?
Who knows? Jury, different prosecutor. Who knows? Jury, different prosecutor. Who knows?
Now, the lead prosecutor in the first trial, Adam Lawley, will still be part of the prosecution team. Courtney.
WBC's Tammy Mutasa live in studio tonight. Tammy, thank you.
Bro, we're going crazy today, bro. You know that? We're going crazy today. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know.
To ensure that the facts surrounding John O'Keefe's death are fully and fairly aired to the courtroom without outside influence. I guarantee that I will work tirelessly with the trial team to prepare the case for trial in January. Again,
I mean, I'll give him that. Like, he doesn't know what work is. Well, if he's a bartender, then he does, but he's not working, but he is, whatever he's doing it tirelessly. It's true.
Look at the methods of Turtle Boy and of this crowd.
What is he wearing, dude?
And just, if you know nothing about this case, if you've been away on vacation for a couple of years, and
dude, why are you dressed like you're going to a tennis club to sell cocaine? What is wrong with you?
If you've been in an ecopod, if you've been on the space station, and you don't know what's going on, and you come down here and you look at the way these people act, do they act like the people that like Karen Reed is innocent? I mean, if Karen Reed was innocent, wouldn't they, and the feds were on it, the feds were investigating and digging this, wouldn't they feel confident that the facts are on their side? So there's no reason to create a mob to try to destroy people, including go after the wife of the new prosecutor, destroy.
Okay. Here, let me explain that. See, that tells me a lot, since I'm convinced that he's a mouthpiece for the McAlberts. This mob that you're talking about, it's not a mob. It's a shit ton of people who have become aware of corruption in their town, and they're speaking up on it, and they are spreading information nationwide, points outside of the country, all over the world, because it's clear that there's corruption here. This isn't creating a mob. This is simply spreading awareness. Nobody's going, hey, yelling through a bullhorn, hey, I'm going to recruit you. Show up. And then they're standing there. And then, you ask them, you ask them to stand guard outside of the clubhouse all night long. They can't move. Plevin got rejected. He was standing there. Turtle Boy got in his face and went, your nipples are too big, fat man. Get the fuck off my porch. I'm going to go inside and I'm going to go get a shovel. If you've ever seen Fight Club, you get the reference. Like, he thinks he's talking about, like, this is what they do. Like, this is what we do. Like, Free Karen Reed is Project Mayhem. No, man. It's not all that, dude. It's just, okay, here are the facts. And then somebody reads it, somebody sees the facts, they get pissed off, and then they want to do something about it. That's the nature of the dynamic of this entire movement. That's why they call it a movement. Somebody gets information, they get pissed off. That information moves to another person because that person's pissed off and telling that other person. It is a movement. They are telling that person that information. That next person is getting pissed off. That next person is telling another person. And then they're telling 2 people, 3 people, so on and so forth. That is a movement. That is what that is. There's no manipulation. There's no recruitment. There's no, it's, just pay attention to the facts. That's it.
Destroy anybody in their way. That's not what somebody innocent would have to do. If you thought this person was innocent and the evidence was in that favor, that's not how you would act. This is what a mob does when they don't have the facts or the evidence or the logic on their side. That's how they act. And that's how they're acting. This is a mob that is trying to win through intimidation and through social media pressure. And there is no hope of acquittal. But I want to be clear about this. There is absolutely zero hope of acquittal, barring any new evidence that comes out, such as all of a sudden the feds find something. What the feds dug everywhere, they're not going to find anything.
There's
and
no
the evidence
acquittal.
is bulletproof. The best that can be achieved here.
I agree. I don't think that there's going to be an acquittal, only because I think that the McAlberts have reach. I think there will always be someone in that jury that can be gotten to. I always assume that, only because of how fucking dirty these people have been this entire time. I don't put anything past them. What's up, Chris? It's good to see you, buddy.
Is again another hung jury. And in theory, you get enough hung juries, eventually the state gives up. That's the absolute best that can be achieved here. And even Turtle Boy understands that. And that was pretty clear from the interview with the second juror that he did last week. That juror had some doubt and was maybe flipping back and forth on the question of manslaughter. And that juror gave a pretty good accounting for deliberations, and it doesn't sound like anybody believed in the conspiracy. Nobody. Doesn't sound like a single one of those 12 jurors believed.
I love how,
certainly 9 of them.
I love how these jurors coming forward weren't credible, but as soon as one says something that even resembles something that he can twist into fitting his narrative. Oh, well, you just take whatever that juror said who came forward. You know what I mean? Like, it's just really, really funny, dude. Like the jurors who came forward, that's, you're just going to believe Turtle Boy that these jurors came forward. They're going to come forward to Turtle Boy of all people, well, like, yeah. I mean, if I'm in this situation, like if I have people that I consider to be sources, the only person that I would trust, like if I wasn't me and I was just somebody who lived in Canton, somebody who lived in Massachusetts, and I knew somebody who was telling me things that were exculpatory to Karen Read, you think I would go to the news with that shit? That would be my first thought, because I'm not going to the cops. Why would I go to the cops? So I'm not going to the cops with that shit. I'm going to Turtle Boy, because he's the one who seems to be reporting the truth. He seems to be the one who is fearless in reporting the truth here. And sorry, I mean, I get that there's some mainstream media news stations, and I understand the fact that that's why I said the nice things that I said about some of the news correspondents that we talked about when Turtle Boy was up here, because I know they're just doing their fucking jobs, man. I know that it's an executive thing, but I know that they're just doing their jobs. But this is, that is the very reason why I would go to Turtle Boy first, is because I don't trust people who I can't see with information. And that's exactly what I'm dealing with mainstream media. There's some guy behind a desk or some woman behind a desk in a fancy suit making these decisions. And I don't know what their agenda is. But if it comes down to, oh shit, I have information and I want people to know about it and find it reliable involving this case, Turtle Boy's the person I'm giving that to. Why would I give it to anyone else?
Of them didn't, because 9 of them ended up voting guilty on manslaughter. So that only leaves 3 that didn't. But of those 3 that didn't, it doesn't sound like.
I mean, here he's sitting there talking about this is how stupid this fucking guy is. Because he's real good at making himself sound smart to the stupid, But this is how stupid he is, because he's sitting here and he's talking about how, we should take, there's all this weight in the whole fact that 9 people voted her guilty in manslaughter. Well, first of all, you're telling us that you don't give a shit how the justice system works. Unless they're all unanimous, it doesn't fucking matter what the vote was. It means shit what the vote was, unless they're all unanimous. And the fact is that you're acknowledging this and you're trying to put all this merit into 9 people voting guilty on a lesser charge, but you also want to do that while dismissing the fact that they found her unanimously not guilty for counts 1 and 3. They did not think that she murdered or even hit John O'Keefe. They didn't unanimously think that she even hit him. So right there, you're telling us that you either don't understand how the justice system works, but I do know that you understand it because you explain it in a decent way when it fits your narrative. So you don't understand how, or you do understand how the justice system works. You just don't care. You have no respect for it. And I can't get behind someone's opinion who is covering a case when they seem to have no care for the justice system. You are exactly the kind of person that I have always reviewed on this channel. Make no mistake about that. People have been following me for a long time. This dude is the Bullhorn Betty of the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, folks. Make no mistake about that. It's not Turtle Boy. It's this guy. He is the Bullhorn Betty of this case. Because 10% of Bullhorn Betty is the Bullhorn, 5% of it is the Bullhorn. The other 90% of Bullhorn Betty is her sitting in her fucking bed, going live, and talking out of her ass about cases that she doesn't fucking understand, while coming off as if she knows so much about the law, when she's dead wrong about everything. The only difference is Plevin sounds a little smarter than Bullhorn Betty does. But he's the same thing. He sits there in his fucking mom's attic, his mom's attic with everything's a wicker. Turtle Boy killed me with that tweet. Everything's wicker. And I mean, it's the same shit, dude. It's an alternate universe fucking Bullhorn Betty. Bullhorn Betty sitting in her fucking makeshift office with a fucking 1991 fax machine that was sitting behind her for fucking years when she was streaming live, talking out of her ass about shit she didn't know anything about, because she had an agenda, because she got personally involved with people in the case and decided to fucking trash talk and spread lies. Hounding for news media attention. Doing everything she can to get on some news camera. It's the same shit. He is literally no different than any fucking lolcow that I've ever reviewed talking about a case. It's bizarre. I never really realized it. Like he's the same shit. He's just a different version. He's an alternate universe version of Bullhorn Betty. That's all this guy is.
Sound like any of them were arguing that John was killed in the house. So this crazy conspiracy theory that Turtle Boy has been pushing for over a year, that didn't work.
What do you mean?
At best, it created a little bit of doubt where somebody said maybe.
I mean, you're right. A conspiracy theory didn't work. But what are you talking about? Like, we're all here because we do. Well, I mean, the conspiracy theory did work because we're all here. We know that a bunch of people fucking lied, sat there on the stand, and gave basically scripted testimony until they were cross-examined. And even then, that shit was kind of scripted. As much as a cross-examination could be. I don't recall. Can you rephrase the question? I don't recall.
That's it. So the hope here is to get some crazy turtle rider who's willing to lie as part of the process of getting onto a jury. And that almost happened. There was someone that the last juror that was
all
dismissed.
of those people showed their true colors on that stand. Like, there's clearly a cover up here. None of those people saw John O'Keefe's body laying in the snow, dude. You're acting like they all didn't testify to that shit, and that Julie Nagel didn't sit up there and say, "Oh, there was a black blob," but dude,
missed was exactly that. Someone who was not really in her right mind, it seems, but an intelligent person business owner, but someone that got on there with a preconceived desire to be a hero to the Turtle Riders. Unfortunately, she couldn't control her drinking and started telling people this in public places. There was a lot more that went on too. So she got dismissed. Now, there's always the chance that someone like that will get through again, but hopefully the court is now not so naive. They were obviously naive enough to let Aiden Kearney, despite his threats to out the jurors.
What is with that fucking sweater, dude? He looks like he works the door at a fucking swinger club. What is with this fucking sweater, dude? Like, he looks like he's hosting some fucking cable access show. You know? It's so weird. He looks like he's fucking like the dude from SNL. Yeah, like he's like a Trekkie, like a singles Trekkies guy. Like if Mr. Furley were a Trekkie and he had a like a cable access show where he told men how to pick up women. Hello, everyone. I'm here to tell you all about picking up ladies. Are you tired of being obviously the guy who lives in his mom's attic and you can't get any poontang when you go to the club? Well, I'm here to tell you, you're going to get all the tail if you listen to me. Just buy my new pamphlet, Plevin, How to Get Chicks. I mean, look at him, dude. Like, how am I supposed to take that guy seriously? All right, first what you're going to need to get yourself one of those beds that spin around. Because chicks go crazy over that bed that spins around. You know the type. You know what I'm talking about. You need a lava lamp, too. And don't get just any old lava lamp. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that link. Nah, never mind. You got to get one of them lava lamps that puts designs like little animals, like little zoo animals, because chicks really love zoo animals. So you got to have those little zoo animals spinning around on your ceiling. Man, yeah. I see all this love in this chat tonight. Let me look at you. Yeah. Oh man, hold on. Oh man, I gotta adjust here. Hold on. Oh yeah, guys, you asked for it, and now you got it. The chat has spoken, and the Plevin is out. Oh baby, that's all you get right now, folks. That's all you get right now. Oh man, I'm exhausted. Anybody else need a drink? I need a drink. Bro, what the fuck am I looking at, dude? What is this guy doing, bro? I can't with this guy, dude. I can't take this guy fucking seriously at all. People take this guy fucking seriously. People are like, oh, this guy's really smart. Let me fucking do a strip tease while the glare trolls me. I'm the smartest guy in the world. I'm the smartest guy in the world. And he looks in the mirror and he's like, I'm retarded? Jesus, Plevin, get your shit together, buddy. All right, guys, that's it for me. I'm going to call it. You guys are amazing. I had way too much fun. Guys, don't you worry about a thing. Listen to Alan Action Jackson, Yannetti, the entire team. They got this, man. They're gonna make sure Karen Reed walks. Just got to keep supporting her. And make sure to spread the information. Make sure to share stuff on social media about it. Keep it going. and share her defense fund too. It's pinned at the top. If you guys are feeling generous, you want to help her out, because now there's this bullshit now to deal with. Now she's got to deal with a mob boss lawyer fucking prosecuting her. Like, Jesus, what else does this lady have to put up with, for fuck's sake? God damn. And the Sarah Boone hearing is tomorrow, and I will not be able to cover it, unfortunately, guys. I'm sorry. It's nothing I can do. It is out of my hands. But anyways, guys, you guys are absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you for logging in. Thank you to new subscribers. I hope you guys are enjoying the channel. And Mia, thank you so much. Completely, Mr. Furley. Love you, Will. Mr. Furley. I love it. Love you too. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys for all the support and everything. Oh my goodness. Yeah, kind of hard to every time I just, the community is overwhelming. You guys are just the coolest. And I'm going to stream as much as I can when I go live, or when I go on vacation. I'm going to try to stream from the festival. We'll see, whatever. It might just be a hangout stream or whatever, but we'll see what happens. I'll definitely stream from Instagram. So follow me on Instagram. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.